Savas Silenis, who graduated from the Department of Architecture at Istanbul Technical University in 1975. He completed his master's degree in regional development at Pantheon University and his PhD at National Technical University of Athens. He was head of the technical division at the National Hellenic Research Foundation, where he retired in 2018, and he has published many articles on Istanbul's architecture and urban history. And his presentation today is entitled Memoirs of Arya Claudia from Istanbul during the war period 1914 to 1922. We then will hear from Alison Panelis, who graduated from the History Department of the University of California, Berkeley in 2017. She completed her first master's degree in global and imperial history at Oxford University, Corpus Christi College in 2019, and she is currently completing her second master's degree at the Department of History, Boğaziçi University. She undertakes research on the relationship between the Near East Relief Organization and the Ankara government during the Turkish War of Independence. And her title is a little different than in the program. It's Passports, Nationality, and Statelessness in late occupied Istanbul. And our third panelist is Ali Okumuş. His bachelor's and master's degrees, respectively in 2014 and 17, are from the History Department of Marmara University. He completed his PhD studies at the Bilecik Şeyh Edebali University's History Department in 2020, and he is currently an assistant professor at the same department. His research interests include the 19th century, the history of oil, oil magnates, Ottoman mine concessions, Armenian merchants, and Istanbul's commercial life. I'd like to remind the panelists that they each have 20 minutes. I will try to be strict with this, but of course we're looking forward to their presentations and the opportunity for questions and engagement afterwards. So, Professor Silenis.
Thank you very much, sir. Günaydın bayanlar, baylar. Tebliğe başlamadan evvel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shu. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to first of all extend my thanks to the Hrant Dink Foundation and the Scientific Committee for the organization of this conference. During the First World War, the Ottoman Empire had to suffer heavy losses, and this is followed by Young Turks establishing the Committee of Progress and Union. Between 1914 and 1918, cosmopolitan Istanbul suffered a significant trauma due to the war.
Sadece şey eşlik edeyim. Evet.
Tabii ki. Yes.
Change. Tamam.
I paused your time.
Okay. Thank you. 1914-1918 yıllarında kozmopolit İstanbul Büyük Savaş'ın travmalarını acı bir şekilde yaşadı. İttihat ve Terakki liderleri Alman ordusunun ve 19. yüzyılın sonundan beri zemin kazanan milliyetçi ideolojinin rehberliğinde Trakya ve Anadolu'daki Hristiyan nüfusa yönelik uygulanan zulümlerden ve devamında yaşanan soykırımlardan sorumludur. Öte yandan başlangıçta Balkanlarda ve Doğu Avrupa'da görülen tarihsel gerçekler, yeni sınırların her iki tarafında da dev mülteci ve göç dalgalarına sebebiyet verdi ki, bu 1919'da Yunanistan ve Bulgaristan arasında yaşanan ilk nüfus değişimine yol açtı. Büyük Savaş'ın başlamasından biraz önce Eleftherios Venizelos, Yunanistan ve Türkiye arasında belli nüfusların gönüllü değişim planlarını değerlendirmek üzere Vezir Said Halim Paşa ile Brüksel'de bir araya gelmeyi planlıyordu. Ancak savaşın başlamasıyla bu buluşma iptal edildi. Ermeni sürgünü, Rum nüfusunun kıyılarda uğradıkları zorbalıklar ve Rus İç Savaşı'nın neticesinde pek çok kadın ve yetimin
deportation of Armenians, Russian Civil War, and also Belarusians, thousands of Belarusians now in Istanbul have all played their roles and changed the dynamic of relationship. According to the 1910 and 1912 census of the Ecumenical Patriarchate, there were about 300,000 Greek Orthodox living in Istanbul, and as the Allied forces entered Istanbul on November 14, 1918, the Greek Orthodox also dreamed about getting rid of the Turkish rule, and they also wanted to contribute to the war between Turkey and Greece at that time. During these days, we also witnessed that the Greek battleship Averov came to the Straits, and many Greek Orthodox population watched the passage of the battleship, and they also took part in the Aya Eleftherios Day, as well as other events in support of Venizelos, including the events held at the Taksim Square following the signing of SER agreement. As Melethios was ascended to the throne of the Patriarchate, events continued to be unfolded. The Neologos newspaper editor-in-chief, Stavros Voiteras' son Voiteras, assessed the situation that Constantinopolis, in other words Istanbul, now became the acropolis of Venizelism. Let us also look into Ekaterini Laskirudi's book, My Homeland, Constantinopolis and 15 Days in the City. This book gives us a very good account about the daily life in the city. And the author herself left the city at 42, by the way, and we can always compare her account with the memoirs of journalist Stefanos Papadopoulos. I hope I will be able to do that very soon. Ekaterina Laskiroudou was born in Istanbul in 1909. She passed away in Athens in 2003. She is originally from Darıca. She became known among Greek literature circles in 1938. She was born as the youngest daughter of Dimitri and Olga Laskiridi couple. She was born in Beyoğlu and she lived in Beyoğlu until 1952. When she was a very young kid, her parents used to live in Beyoğlu at Kastelihan or Kasteli apartment right across the British consulate. They later moved on the present-day Çilek Sokak, which then used to be named Çilek Sokak. The author and her family later on moved to Grand Rue d'Opéra. However, the author did not really mention the exact name of the apartment on Pera Street, but I believe this is on the upper part of the street because it was close. It was very close to the Central Greek Girls' School. And in the tumultuous times of the World War I, the author had many experiences. As she became an adult woman, she also had to face the horrors of the Second World War II. But of course, the most devastating of all was the suffering and catastrophe she experienced in 1922. In 1923, due to security reasons, together with her mom and sister, they left for Romania, where they stayed for 10 months. And on the other hand, Refet Pasha, the governor of Eastern Thrace, also affected the family life by his orders about his father. Yet her father remained in the country, and throughout these extraordinary times, the experiences of minorities in the country left significant impact on the author as a child and really affected her formative years. She started writing short stories at very early ages. Together with her 3 friends, she wrote Tokisenimia, and her articles and stories were also published in various newspapers or publishing houses. In 1952, she left Istanbul to travel in Europe, Africa, and Latin America. While in Brazil, she met prominent authors of the country, and she started exploring Portuguese language and also compiling an anthology of short stories in Portuguese. When she was away in 1955 in Turkey, we witnessed the September pogroms, and after that, because of the pogroms and all the other political developments, she went back to Athens instead of Istanbul. In Athens, there is this newspaper Opolitis, in other words, which means of Istanbul. This is a newspaper published by Greek Orthodox of Constantinople who were expelled from Turkey because they were being subjects of Greece. And she penned her articles in Opolitis. She published her short stories, and later she published her memoirs in the book entitled 15 Days in My Home, Constantinopolis. The author passed away in Athens in 2003, December 1st, and this is how Opolitis newspaper covered her departure. She is a very significant figure of polis, Constantinopolis, a true Byzantine lady, and she always felt Constantinopolis in her heart, and she carried Constantinopolis throughout her life inside her. So the author had a very vibrant life in her childhood. However, with the outbreak of the First World War, this experience had to change significantly. Her father, from Darıca, was one of the sons of Muhtar Çorbacı Laskiridis and had 11 other siblings. He was a graduate of Fener Greek Boys High School, and he was in grain business. However, with the outbreak of the war, he lost all his vessels in the Black Sea, and as Bolsheviks captured Odessa, he lost his entire property as well as the cement factory called Leon. When it comes to the mother of the author, she was born in Tatavla and she continued to live in Tatavla. However, she was almost about to pass away because of the influenza pandemic that broke out at that time. In her memoirs, the author describes her family as such, and I quote, "During that time, we came across with this very confusing concept of refugee. The number of newspapers published increased, their circulation increased. It was for the first time that we felt fear. and uncertainty. And one could really hear the pulses of the Greek Orthodox community. Then came full mobilization. But of course, the minority communities could always pay gold in order to avoid mobilization. But what about those who did not have gold? They had to apply for loans and find other ways of doing that. So as a result, end of quote, and as a result, they managed to offer gold to avoid mobilization. In those days, all transactions were still held in gold as there were no paper banknotes. As Allied forces declared their victory, some of their relatives took the very first ship and they went to US. During the war times, the Greek Orthodox community, they were all excited but at the same time anxious. They would expect triumph with the triumph of the Allied forces indeed. This was their salvation. And of course, they felt that they were obliged to support the Allied forces. At that time, they were not allowed to take up arms. Even though they were expecting the triumph of Allied forces, they would come across with a high-ranking British officer who fell as a prisoner of war, and they came across him in 1916 in Halki. And the author remembers this in her memoirs, and I quote, Major General Charles Ware Ferris always paid attention to Greek Orthodox and did everything to greet us on every occasion. However, the conditions of them as prisoners of war was also quite humane. But the end of the quote. As mobilization continued, the number of deserters also increased, and these were called Taban battalions. But there were also Greek Orthodox serving in the Ottoman army, and one of them was Officer Victor Ohanidis. Amid the war, they would go to Pendik for summer holidays. The German battleships, which was later renamed as Yavuz Sultan Selim and Midilli, would also cross the Marmara Sea by passing from Halki. And our author also reflects this in her memoirs. And she describes how wheat, maize, sources depleted, how field forces depleted, how prices increased, and how deprivation increased in war times. Then, in 1917, came the Spanish influenza, Spanish flu, and in those days, they start rationing bread. And according to the author, this bread was no more like the quality of the bread that they had. So they would make their own bread, and their doorman, Artin Efendi, would take her to the bakery of Christos Bey. There is also Kadri Kaptan, a person who was very close to the family. He was the captain in the vessels of her father, and during the wartime, he used to work in Kasımpaşa forces, Kasımpaşa naval forces. I'll be skipping some of those parts in my intervention, and I will come now close to the conclusion. I do very much hope that you will have the full paper in the conference proceedings. I believe what really matters the most is to revisit these memoirs, to revisit these memories. I have to note that I did not find any diary written by a Greek Orthodox of Istanbul. Of course, it would be really excellent if we could have a more objective assessment of the period, because all accounts of that time might be deceptive. However, as Thrasos Kassanakis had the novel Trap, as well as Yakup Kadri Kara Osmanoğlu Sodom and Gomorrah. So I would like to now argue that we should look into those novels and we should compare them in order to have a full understanding of what happened during the war times, and in parallel memoirs of politicians, memoirs of authors, as well as correspondences will be all very important in order for us to have a good understanding of the period. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, Professor Tsilenis.
Thank you, sir.
We have, next is Ms. Panelis, and she is, the title of her presentation is Passports, Nationality, and Statelessness in Late Occupied Istanbul. Please. It's still off, isn't it? I know it's on. Is it working for you?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Should I do this one? Okay. So my title is Passports, Nationality, and Statelessness in Late Occupied Istanbul. Statelessness, not necessarily helplessness. When we think about passports and statelessness during the Allied occupation of Istanbul, the first thing that comes to mind is probably the many white Russians who flooded into the city. We may also think about the Nansen passports, which were travel documents for stateless people facilitated by the League of Nations, later given to these white Russians. We may also think about the many Armenians who survived the genocide and found themselves in virtually every corner of the world carrying all manner of travel documents. Some of them, too, would later receive Nansen passports as a mark of internationally recognized statelessness. But there were other smaller groups of people who garnered less international attention who also found themselves on the margins of nationality in the last year of the occupation and the beginning of the Republican era. Today I'm going to talk about some of them. Because the Allied occupation was a time of competing, overlapping, and unclear sovereignties, it offers a unique window into the early days of the passport regime. Different centers of power issued different kinds of travel documents, often with little concern for where people carrying these documents might go or how they would support themselves. Nationality, an aspect of identity that had meant a lot of different things in the latter days of the Ottoman Empire, now started to have very real implications for where people could live, how they could travel, and their relationship to the state they lived in, as well as an emerging international system. In the 5 years after World War I, refugees fled their home soil in numbers never seen before. With this came the international concept of the stateless refugee, a person who fell under no state's protection and had no home country to return to. Much of the Eastern Mediterranean was already receiving refugees from genocide and war when the fire of Smyrna and the subsequent refugee crisis ensured that refugees began arriving at any and every port that would allow them to land. What would happen to them after that was a roll of the dice. I'll start by giving a brief summary of the state of passports in the world in 1922, then show some examples of some passports coming out of the occupation era, and talk about some of the clashes and issues surrounding travel documents toward the end of the occupation. Sorry. Sorry, guys. I'll try to go slower. Finally, I'll end with a story of Odyssey-like journeys of people who found themselves stateless. Before World War I, passport regulations were generally inconsistent across the world. They were used and in some places required, but by no means universal. World War I changed all that, and as countries began locking down their borders to stop potential soldiers from fleeing and prevent enemy subjects from entering, passports became internationally necessary for travel. In the post-war world, many hoped that the passport would disappear, as many, League of Nations leaders among them, felt that passports hampered travel and threatened international integrity. The League of Nations put together a conference on passports, customs, formalities, and through tickets in 1920. Although they were not able to negotiate an end to passports as they had hoped, they attempted to standardize them. A passport was generally issued for just one journey, though the conference decided that countries could choose to give them 2-year validity. Whereas many passports before had been a single page, now they would be in a cardboard-bound booklet with recommended dimensions. Though this was a step towards standardization, there was no established consensus about who could issue passports to whom, what kind of other travel documents would allow people to travel, and what kind of responsibility states had to the people they issued travel documents to. These were still the flying blind days of the passport regime. During the Allied occupation, people who wished to leave the city or leave the country through Istanbul could attain travel documents from any number of different authorities. Allied military authorities assumed control of passport checks and set up the Inter-Allied Passport Bureau, a structure they had similarly used in Salonika during the war. All those wishing to leave had to obtain an Inter-Allied exit visa upon whatever travel document they were using, though those documents could take many forms. Naturally, foreigners who had a functioning embassy in the city could apply for a passport from their respective governments. Ottoman subjects could also apply for passports from the Istanbul government until late 1922. Here's an example of an Ottoman passport from roughly that time period. But other kinds of travel documents were also used to leave the city. British sources state that Greek and Armenian Ottomans were leaving with passports issued by their respective patriarchates, stamped with an Inter-Allied exit visa. Although British sources refer to these as passports, Turkish sources refer to them as vesayik, or documents, implying that they might not have had the word passports printed on them. I unfortunately don't have any examples of these documents, so I can only speculate that since the most important part about travel documents before the war was that they confirmed a person's identity, these documents were likely identity documents issued by the patriarchates, which could be used for travel in place of an Ottoman passport. This could be done during the occupation era because Allied passport control cared mainly about certifying a person's identity and making sure that they had Allied permission to leave. Another form of non-passport travel document issued at this time was the laissez-passer. While the French phrase was once associated mainly with diplomatic documents, these laissez-passer did not give the bearer any special status and offered them no protection from the issuing state. You can see a line here that specifically says that this is valid for one journey which the person carrying the document undertakes at their own risk. And you can see it right here. One of these is a British laissez-passer and the other is a French, but both were issued to Russians. You can see the exit visa stamps at the bottom. Occupying powers issued such documents to people who were not their subjects for a number of reasons. Sometimes, as most likely the case in the case of these Russians, they wanted to get rid of undesirable refugees wherever they could. Giving them papers to leave meant that they became someone else's problem. Other times, issuing travel documents to certain populations was an act of asserting sovereignty over a certain territory. Stacey Farenhold's work on the Syrian and Lebanese diaspora shows that the French issued laissez-passer to Syrians and Lebanese in order to embrace them as subjects, thus asserting their claims over Greater Syria, without having to offer them the rights of citizenship. In this way, travel documents could also be a way of asserting control over a population or territory. Controlling who can enter and who can leave became a basic statement of sovereignty in the wake of the First World War. With this in mind, here's a French laissez-passer issued in Sicilia and a departure permit issued by the Greek police in Izmir, both to Armenians. After the Greek defeat in Anatolia, the fire of Smyrna, and the ensuing refugee crisis, a panic erupted across many groups in Istanbul. Ottoman Christians specifically, but also many groups of foreigners and certain groups of Ottoman Muslims feared that Istanbul would be similarly decimated, or that they would be targeted for retribution if the nationalists took control of the city. A mass exodus ensued. By the end of October, Horace Rumbold, the British High Commissioner to Istanbul, estimated that around 3,000 Ottoman Greeks specifically were leaving the city every week. It is estimated that between October and December 1922, around 50,000 non-Muslim Ottomans left Istanbul. They left carrying many different kinds of documents, an action which would have grave consequences later, as the Ankara government would soon decide that Ottoman subjects who left without a Turkish or Ottoman passport would not be allowed to return to Turkey. The work of Dimitris Kamouzis follows a group of Ottoman Greeks who left carrying such documents and who, despite technically being exempt from the population exchange as Greeks of Istanbul, would not be allowed to return to Turkey because of this policy. Ottoman Armenians would experience a similar fate as Turkish embassies and consulates denied Turkish documents to Armenians abroad, even at first Armenians carrying Ottoman passports. Hence why such a large proportion of Ottoman Armenians would become stateless. Refet Pasha, Ankara's government in charge of Eastern Thrace, arrived in Istanbul on October 19, 1922, and began taking control of the city's administration. By early November, he decreed that no passports should be given to Ottoman subjects without a final visa from the Turkish police, allowing the Ankara government to decide which Ottoman subjects could leave. The Allies, however, ignored this and continued to provide exit documents for panicked people trying to get out. The tension came to a head on December 4th when Turkish police started tearing up the travel documents of Ottoman subjects going through customs at the port in Galata. General Harrington, commander of the British forces, sent Marines with machine guns down to the port to force the people through. Obviously, this isn't a picture of the actual incident, but it is a picture of British soldiers with guns, so I thought it was appropriate. This incident prompted Harrington to propose declaring a state of martial law, though the Italians and French were less keen on forcing the issue. Though the Allies were outraged by the affront to their authority and felt a show of force was necessary in order to maintain the image of control, they agreed in principle that Ottoman subjects should not be leaving without Turkish passports. After getting assurances from Refet Pasha that Ottoman Christians would not be prevented from leaving, they agreed that Ottoman subjects were, in principle, the purview of the Ankara government. From then on out, any Ottoman subject who the Allies wanted to evacuate from Istanbul without being stopped by Turkish police would have to be evacuated secretly. And the people who were evacuated in this manner would be the only Ottoman subjects carrying non-passport travel documents. The Armenian Patriarch was the most notable of these clandestine evacuations which took place after the passport rule. But numerous compromised Ottoman subjects who had helped the Allies would be evacuated in this way. All others would have to apply for Turkish passports and get permission to leave from Ankara. I'll now shift to telling a bit of a story. It begins on November 5th, 1922, a few weeks after Refet Pasha's entrance into Istanbul, and just days after the Grand National Assembly abolished the Sultanate. On this day, Ali Kemal, a prominent anti-nationalist journalist, was arrested by nationalist agents in Beyoğlu and removed from the city. He would later be brutally executed in Izmit. Upon hearing of Ali Kemal's arrest, other anti-nationalist intellectuals and civil servants, who feared that they would be next, took refuge in the British embassy. General Harrington then took these people under his protection and temporarily housed them at the Tashishkla barracks, right over there. The British army, deciding that that perpetually keeping these people in Istanbul would prove a source of embarrassment, put them on a ship to Dedeyac, or Alexandropoli, on November 15th. Some of them carried Ottoman passports issued to them before the resignation of the Istanbul government. Others carried only British laissez-passer. In this way, the end of the Allied occupation created another category of stateless person in the world. The British would refer to them as compromised Turks, though the majority of them were ethnically Circassian or Kurdish. Although only 145 people were directly evacuated by the British in this manner, there were many more who would fall into this category, who left on their own, many of them who also carried laissez-passer. Tariq Mumtaz, aide-de-camp to the Sultan, for example, would leave for Bulgaria in November 1922, supplied with British laissez-passer. To his chagrin, when he asked the British embassy in Sofia for another travel pass to go to join the Sultan in Malta, the British would reply that they had done their duty by providing him with a document to be able to leave the city, but that they no longer had any responsibility to him. He had found himself in a legal limbo, and years later would vividly remember how his inability to obtain travel documents added insult to injury. Many who had allied themselves with the British at great personal risk would now become unwanted refugees. Many of these men, but not all of them, would in April 1924 find themselves on the list of 150 Muslim Ottomans who would be left out of the general amnesty provided by the Treaty of Lausanne. They would be stripped of their Turkish citizenship and be unable to return to Turkey for over a decade. Though they would later be eligible for Nansen passports, for the first few years of their exile, they would struggle to find refuge anywhere. The group of compromised Turks that the British themselves evacuated would begin a long odyssey across the Mediterranean. The British would chafe at having made themselves responsible for these people and complain about the cost of their upkeep and transport. First, they were landed at Dereyach, where it was hoped that they would be able to make their own way to Alexandria, but due to the massive influx of ships and refugees in the port, this seemed impossible, and the ship was shortly thereafter sent to Piraeus, near Athens. Immediately upon landing, the Greek government protested. Amidst the massive refugee crisis and influx of Greeks from Anatolia, the Greek government would certainly not take any Turkish refugees. The British ambassador quickly shipped them off to Alexandria, where General Allenby also complained that he had little ability to take them. Within a few months, he managed to send them to the Hejaz to join the Sultan, but they quickly overstayed their welcome there, as King Hussein complained that he was forced to give them an allowance to keep them from starvation. They had left Turkey with scarce resources, having worked as intellectuals and administrators most of their lives, and could not find work in the Hejaz. Their sad story would demand the pitiless attention of the British Foreign Office for at least a year after their evacuation. The British Foreign Office learned a valuable lesson from this group. It is not enough to evacuate people. You also have to make sure they have somewhere to go and financial resources to support themselves. They would remember this as they withdrew their final troops from Istanbul and evacuated the rest of the people who were compromised by their association with the British. In late September 1923, the Foreign Office was quite pleased with themselves as they had secured refuge for 125 Ottoman Armenians who had assisted the British. The Armenian Patriarch in Alexandria had agreed to take responsibility for their maintenance so that after they were evacuated from Istanbul by the British, they would not appeal to the British in Egypt for support. On October 3rd, the ship carrying these people arrived in the port of Alexandria, but to the surprise and frustration of British military forces, on board were also 88 stowaways. 26 Ottoman Armenians, 58 Ottoman Greeks, and 4 Ottoman Jews, all young men over the age of 14, had snuck onto the ship in a desperate attempt to flee Turkey. British military authorities refused to let them disembark, and after the original group of Armenians got off, the ship was immediately sent to Cyprus, and the British again debated how they might rid themselves of these young men. Though the British consul in Istanbul asked if they might be returned to Turkey, their flight without Turkish passports had constituted a forfeiture of Turkish nationality, as they were also likely fleeing military service, hence their inability to get Turkish passports. They would also likely be executed for desertion if sent back. The Armenian community in Cyprus or Alexandria might be appealed upon to take in more Armenians, but what of the Greeks? The Greek state was under no obligation to take these people, as they were Istanbul Greeks, and thus technically Turkish subjects. Considering they were already deluged with refugees, the Foreign Office thought they might be unwilling to take more. The Foreign Office wrote to the British Mandate authorities in Palestine, asking them to take the 4 Jewish men, and then began pleading with the Greek government to take the Greeks. The Greek government eventually agreed, if only because they were young, able-bodied men capable of being put to work. And luckily 6 of the Armenians and 13 of the Greeks had already managed to find employment in Cyprus before their fate was even settled. While these stowaways were also a group of unwanted refugees, their youth and physical ability to work made them easier to settle. The stories of these people illustrate how passports became intimately connected to statelessness after the First World War. The cementing of borders and the introduction of passport controls meant that every person was supposed to have a nationality. Because the war also resulted in the breakup of multi-ethnic empires into nation-states, achieving this required a sorting of people into national categories. Being stateless in the era of nationality meant not just that a person lacked a passport, but that they lacked a state which was obliged to take them in, leaving them in a legal no man's land. But, as we saw from these stories, flight without a passport, which represented leaving without the permission of one's home state, could in and of itself render a person stateless. The passport regime was implemented quite haphazardly, and sorting people into national categories was complicated and messy at many places in this time. But the Allied occupation made these already messy international changes even messier because there were so many different centers of power and competing sovereignties. The lack of consensus about which people belonged where led to many people, legally speaking, belonging nowhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Panelis. Our next speaker is Dr. Okumush, and I neglected to announce his title when I first introduced him, and I want to apologize, but the title of his talk is The Footprints of the Gulbenkians in Istanbul After First World War. So, please, Dr. Okumush.
Thank you. Günaydın herkes.
Good morning. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for hosting us here nicely for the last 2 days. Thank you so much. The administration of the foundation, the board of trustees, members and volunteers, thank you so much. My research is focusing on the Gulbenkian family in general, so in this specific paper I will be presenting you a small portion of a bigger and larger research. Of course, the Gulbenkian family is very attractive for me because, especially in the second half of 19th century all the way up to the 20th century until the declaration of the Republic, they have been a very influential family in the commercial arena of Istanbul. They don't only have a few small enterprises, but when we say the Gulbenkians, we immediately think about Kaust Gulbenkian, and it's only natural that it is the case because he is world famous. He has an important foundation. He has a big collection of art. So it's no surprise that Calouste is the first person to come to your mind when we say the Gulbenkian family. But it would be misleading to think that the Gulbenkians only composed of Calouste, especially the family living in Istanbul. And I'll talk about the details in a minute. So Calouste Gulbenkian was a leading figure among the family members, and this happened at a very early age. The initial biography of Calouste Gulbenkian was written in 1930, and in the upcoming years many books have been published about him. But we are lucky that Jonathan Conlin published the biography a few years ago, answering many questions we have about Calouste Gulbenkian. Even the questions that we did not have in our minds were answered in that biography. So maybe we should set aside the discussions about Calouste Gulbenkian, and it's time to focus on the other members of the Gulbenkian family. So, as I said, especially in the second half of 19th century, the Gulbenkians have been an important family in Istanbul. But what do we find about the Gulbenkians in Istanbul after the First World War? Or can we even find anything? Is there anything that remains of them? So this will be the topic of this specific presentation. And to illustrate this, I will start with a small comparison. This is from 1881 Oriental Directory. This is the page allocated to the Gulbenkian family. As you can see, we don't see many names, but the names that are there are the leading figures of the family. Apel Gulbenkian, Garabet, Badrik Gulbenkian, Gaspard Gulbenkian, Hovhannes, Parsek, and of course Serovpe and Sarkis Gulbenkian's names are listed here in the directory. So we also have the Armenian version of the directory of commerce. So let's take a look at their addresses. We say they are operating in small and big Ashirian business office, and in the Ashir Efendi Han, as we call it, these are the office numbers in the Han. From 1 to 20, all the offices are allocated to Gulbenkians. We have 41 offices, meaning half of them are used by the Gulbenkian family, this Han, this office block. And in the second one, offices 3 and 4 are used by them. We have Serovpe and Sarkis Gulbenkian that are important here. And in Kürkcihan, Gulbenkian name is mentioned. I didn't want to list them all here, but I just wanted to share the ones that I think are important. So from 1881 to the turn of the century, we see now that there are 21 individuals from the Gulbenkian family that are part of the Oriental Directory of Commerce. We of course cannot say that they are all involved in commerce. They have, some of them have other functions and professions, but they're still on the list. But the fact that the number has increased so much is that Gulbenkian family is more and more influential, not only in the commercial life, but in the social life as well. Maybe in a different setting, we can make a comparison with other Armenian families to see which other Armenian families are this actively involved in the commercial scene of Istanbul. So that's a question that we need to answer. So maybe there are more Armenian families, but still I'm sure that the Gulbenkians would rank at the top. However, this picture is changing when we come to 1914. From 21, we'd go down to 17 individuals, and the wealthy members of the family are no longer in the list. And come 1922, there is a huge decrease in the list, and the names that were mentioned have turned into company names. So it's a decreasing trend. Of course, this is no surprise, because after 1890, I will show you the figures. It is seen that the Gulbenkian family members are leaving Istanbul gradually. So, to make it more concrete, I would like to draw your attention to this record, to this family tree. Gülabi is the oldest known name from the Gulbenkian family, born in Kayseri Talas. He has two sons, Serovpe and Sarkis, among the most influential merchants in Istanbul, esteemed merchants. And then Kalust is born in 1869 as first son of Sarkis, and then Serovpe also has children. So what I want to focus on here is a member of the Gulbenkian family that has never ever been mentioned in the literature or in the book. So I will be looking for the traces of his footprints. Yes, we can find some information about some familiar names, but what can we say about a totally unfamiliar, unknown name? The person I'm going to talk about is Serovpe Vahan, who is the son of Hovhannes and Araksi, born in Istanbul. By the way, Araksi Hanım, she is also a descendant of a very important Armenian family. She is the granddaughter of Arakel Datyan, who is the chief procurer of gunpowder during the reign of Selim III. So a very important Armenian family. So she comes from an important family. Her mother's name is Nazik and her father's name is Vahan. So their son Serovpe is named after the grandfather, meaning the father of the father Hovhannes, and also he gets the name of his grandfather from the mother's side. So he uses three names: Serovpe, Vahan, Hovhannes. By the way, pay attention to this. Araksi died in 1894 and Hovhannes died in 1894 again. And Serovpe Vahan Hovhannes was born in 1893. So he started a very difficult life. And imagine what happened at that time in Istanbul in the 1890s, well, making a connection between the death of the parents with the incidents would be an attractive solution for an historian, but I couldn't find any concrete evidence. But again, the 1890s is the period when the Gulbenkian started to leave Istanbul, because at that time Sarkis also died. 1893 is the death year of Sarkis. So that's the time when they start to leave Istanbul. Calouste would also be leaving for Europe after that. So I will talk about Serofpe Vahan, and he was born in 1893 into a very difficult life. So this one is very complicated. I'll try to explain. So Araksi Hanım and Ohannes Bey, after they died, this is the record of their inheritance, records of estates or inheritances. This is from my personal collection, actually. This shows who will inherit their assets and properties. By the way, this document is drafted in a very classic manner. I won't go into the details of it, but first listed is the address where they live. They live in Kadıköy, Osman Ağa district, Moda Avenue. Then the date of their death is given. Ohannes has died on the 19th of January 1894. 1 month after, on the 17th of February, his wife Araksi Hanım has died. So there is just 1 month between their time of death. And then this record talks about the properties of the people. For instance, for Ohannes Gulbenkian, it says esteemed merchant. It means he is an esteemed merchant of Istanbul. And talking about Araksi Hanım, it is mentioned that she is the granddaughter of Arakel Efendi. This is an important information. So it also says that their son was just 4 months old when they died. So it means that Servop was born in 1893 in October. So their property has to go to their son. But as the son is not a major, is still a minor, a trustee is appointed. The trustee is Badrik Gulbenkian. So all the listed assets and properties are given to him as trustee. I won't read the details of all the properties and assets, but it is giving us a calculation of the economic value of all the assets they have, and it's turned into a total figure. And also on the document, it is written who inherits these assets. This is a very proper transaction for deceased people, of course. However, things will change later. So after the parents die in 1894, as he is a minor, he wasn't able to directly inherit the goods. But in 1912, as he becomes he is no longer a minor, he asks for these properties. So he goes to London and applies to the King's Bench Division by hiring an attorney to Badrik Gulbenkian to his trustee to get the property. So Badrik Gulbenkian is explaining here in detail that he is accepting this, but he says the London courts would have no jurisdiction over this case because it's not relevant with the London officials. So he says that the case should be actually seen in Istanbul. So he writes a petition to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It seems that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has accepted this, so that the case is also seen by the Istanbul court. So this is again from my personal collection, and we get a lot of detail about the assets of the family in Istanbul. As I said, I'm not talking about leading figures of the family like Calouste Gulbenkian. I'm talking about a member of the family whose name is not even mentioned in the books, and you will see how influential even that person was. So this document explains in detail that the child was still a small child when his parents died. It lists one by one all the things inherited from the family, like a watch from Servop, the father. It makes an economic calculation of the value, and in total how much money he inherited is calculated. Apart from this, it talks about the Gulbenkian Han in Sirkeci. In Galata, in Makaracılar Street, there is a coffee house and a shop. Shares from these have been given to him. The numbers are mentioned here. So this is also combined with the inheritance he receives from his mother. So in total, 902,000 kurush worth of inheritance is available for him, and as now he is no longer a minor, he can get this, and Badrik Gulbenkian has accepted to give this to him, and he has received it from him. And it goes on to say that in exchange of his debt, he is also giving up some of the shares of some companies established in Istanbul, such as Ohanes Gulbenkian and the company, and Gulbenkian Brothers and Company. So this document is signed by Serov Pevahan on August 13th, 1913, just 1 year before the First World War. Of course, during the World War, Serov Pevahan and Badrik Gulbenkian continued to have some commercial exchanges. Some properties were sold and purchased. So these are some of the title deeds. We have so many of these title deeds. I'll just show you some of them. For instance, this one is from a property in Üsküdar, a house most probably. So the title deed was transferred to Serov P. You can see the signatures at the bottom of the document. And the most important document is this one, because after the First World War, the information we can find about Gulbenkians is listed here. We have so many pieces of information here. Maybe I will write a separate article about this. I won't dwell on all of them now, but how can we use this information? The fact that we have seen that there was a house on a particular address. So I'll just explain. At the bottom it says a house in Kayseri, Talas in Gülbenk district. So it talks about his shares in a house. But there is no such district in literature. Gülbenk district doesn't exist. Well, it doesn't exist today. But even in the books, I couldn't find it. And I have to say that maybe this district was actually established by the Gulbenkians. They had their own district, their own neighborhood. How can I say this? Here, this is the Jizya tax register book from 1843. This is the Gülbenk district, the neighborhood, and the information about people living there. And Gülabi's name is mentioned. And it says that Gülabi is from the highest taxpayer class. Jizya is a particular tax here, so he was paying his tax from the highest class. This is just one example. There's more information, but I don't want to distract you. But if we trace the footprints of Gülabi, we see the commerce directory of 1868 from Istanbul. So he was there in this Istanbul commercial directory. So this is changing all the information that we knew so far about the Gulbenkians, because the records were showing us that actually he sent his children to Istanbul. However, we see that even before he sent his children to Istanbul, he was himself in Istanbul. It says H. Gülabi. H means he was a pilgrim, a hajı, because he went to pilgrimage. So what happens to Serov Vahan? I couldn't find out when exactly he left Turkey, but he died in Paris in 1987, and his parents are now buried in the cemetery right next to the Sırpırgıç Hospital. So Badrik Gulbenkian actually goes to US, and this is his wife Virginia, who died in Istanbul. This is his application for American citizenship, and he received American citizenship. He applied for American citizenship in 1929, but right after that, about in 1 year, unfortunately, he dies. And this is the Gulbenkian Cemetery in New York, and Badrik Gulbenkian is buried here. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Okumuş. We now have the opportunity for questions and comments from the audience.
Merhaba.
Hello, I have a question for all three speakers. I'll start with Professor Tisinles. You talked about Arya Kolondia's family. You said that they lost their assets, properties, and jobs. What kind of things is she talking about in her book about the war? How does she depict her emotions? And Ellison.
On this topic, because as a cinema historian, I get to see these different personas from filmmakers, production in different areas in Istanbul, and they don't have citizenships, Ottoman citizenship, and they're expats, and when they leave the country, we don't know where they go. So it was very interesting, thank you. For the Ottoman case, you gave examples, but how about, for instance, the cases in Austria-Hungary or different empires which was similar to Ottoman case? Did they have permits or did they have citizenship issues? Any ideas about that? Thank you. And Ali, tam bir tarih.
Well, you have prepared everything very professionally as a historian. I was just wondering, why this family in particular? Why the Gulbenkians? Why were you interested in them? Because maybe was it the reason that because you had so many resources and information about them, or was it a simple reason? Thank you. Well, yes, thank you so much for this question. I wasn't able to talk about it in my speech, but I will read one paragraph with your permission. Well, first of all, the family is a supporter of Venizelos, meaning nationalist, but she was able to explain these very well. It says all the Greek newspapers were on the newspaper stands, and on the front pages we would always see the blue Greek flag floating with proud, and we had Choliades, special forces and soldiers of the Greek army. They were walking in the streets of Istanbul, and we were saying, "Wake up, my poor Rhea, see the freedom, wake up." And my father would take us to see the legendary vessel, the Azarov vessel, and I wore my white hat, and we also put a blue ribbon on top of it. I remember exactly. And mother was prudent, actually. She was saying the Greek flag should not be borne by the vessel, and they shouldn't also put the Greek flag in the bedroom window. She was begging her husband to not to rush anything. For years we had the blue and white flag waiting there in the closet, but we also had to wait for some more time to put it out. And we had the General Ioanni and other officers, members of the National Committee, and we were also supposed to entertain them in the Pera Palace Hotel. And in the Greek society, the Patrick III Joachim and his followers, and the leader of the opposition, Patrick V Germanus supporters, did not talk about the author in their memories. And on the Mass, on the day of 5th of October 1918, on a Sunday, the people and the clergy made great noise, and this was shaking the situation of Germanos V, and the author doesn't write anything about these incidents in her memoirs. I don't know. This satisfies your question. Thank you.
My question. In short, I believe that the passport regime in the breakup of the Austro-Hungarian Empire was also a mess. And I think that, and again, like I've tried to look into this a number of times, and I haven't yet found too much on it, and probably because it was such a mess. But I think that one thing also is that, I think the important thing to remember about passports before World War I is that they generally, overall, internationally, weren't completely necessary. What was really important when you traveled was something that certified your identity. And the passport could do that, but other things could do that too. And that was like the most important thing. And so in some of these places where there's kind of chaos around what nationality people have, sometimes people were able to travel just on something that said, this is who I am. An interesting, like with this statelessness aspect, a kind of more interesting parallel is of course Russia, because the Russian Empire actually had very similar passport regulations to the Ottoman Empire. Like Imperial Russia had somewhat similar, and they're kind of, and then obviously in the war, White Russians are then also stateless, and so the Austro-Hungarian Empire, because they're redrawing all of these states, like I think everything becomes kind of chaotic, and that sometimes can make the statelessness actually a little bit easier because everybody's kind of stateless. Yeah, but yeah, I don't have a great answer for that. Sorry.
Çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Thank you so much for this question. Well, my interest in the Gulbenkians started as a coincidence, actually. I was working on the Turkish petroleum company, making research on this, and I was trying to not to get involved with the Gulbenkians, quote unquote. I really resisted. But as I was researching the history of oil, wherever I looked, there were the Gulbenkians. They always came across, not only in the oil industry and their influence in the oil industry. Yes, in Jonathan Conlin's book, the influence of Gulbenkians on the oil industry is explained very well. However, in the Chamber of Commerce, for instance, 1 out of the 7 administrators of the chamber is from the Gulbenkian family. So if we were to list 7 most influential names of Istanbul, 1 would be a member of the Gulbenkian family. This alone was enough for me to be interested in them. And in history, when it's about these disputed issues, we are drawn into these issues. I personally am very interested about these things. At one point, I always decided to stop working on the Gulbenkians, but then I was able to get hold of some documents. Then again, Gulbenkians became an interest for me. Well, I wasn't able to go into the details here, but if we were to establish the in-family relations, we would see how Calouste Gulbenkian was this influential in the world. Maybe we would understand it better. Was it the family who helped him become an important figure, or was it because of his own personal skills that he was able to become this influential? So we need to understand this, and I'm sure there is still a lot of room for research in this area.
Ali hocam, benim size bir sorum olacaktı da.
Dr. Ali, I have a question for you. You said the Gulbenkian family, right before the establishment of the republic, they left Turkey and they had to go to other countries, you said. So looking at it, the Istanbul Stock Exchange at that time, according to the British documents, the Kemalist government, when the rumors spread that it would move to Ankara, maybe they were also worried that the commercial activities would also be moving to Ankara. Or Said Halim Pasha from the Committee of Union and Progress, he was selling the shares to the British and Germans under the name of privatization. Was it also influential, you think? Well, thank you. Honestly, I don't know the answer to your question. because Ankara is a different topic of research. Kayseri is actually attached to the province of Ankara, and Gulbenkians are to be found in that area as well. We can even ask, let's make a research on the Gulbenkians in Baghdad. For instance, Parsik Gulbenkian is very influential from Iraq to Egypt, from all the way to Europe. He's very influential. So Gulbenkians are even seen in the United States today, for instance. So it's very difficult to answer this question if you don't select a specific region and make research on this. So I don't know about the Ankara region. Belma Saraç is my name. Again, a question for Dr. Ali. Thank you so much. Wonderful presentation, very interesting. The Gulbenkian family, starting from the 19th century, became very influential in the Ottoman Empire. And Cevat Bey and the Minister of Finance, they have very good relations with him. With UK, Germany and Ottoman Empire, they have diplomatic skills to manage the relations between these countries and the Ottoman Empire. I was just wondering, the real foundation of Gulbenkian family is in Portugal, right? Why Portugal? Why not France or England? Why did they establish that foundation in Portugal? I think he has a will, I'm sure you know it. In London, he wanted to open a big Center of Arts because he has a huge collection. I was just wondering why they chose Portugal as a result of your research. Do you know this?
Tabii vakfı konuşmak.
Well, talking about the foundation is a total different subject of a specific research or a paper, but very briefly to answer your question, the Gulbenkian went to Portugal when? You can understand actually the reason. It's 1940s, beginning of 1940s, meaning the Second World War was still ongoing and the Germans were approaching Paris. And the art gallery in Paris is very close to the central square, so the Gulbenkian doesn't want it to be damaged. And he even was considering allocating his art collection to the British Museum on a temporary basis. But upon the invitation of the Portuguese ambassador, I remember he goes to Portugal, if I'm not mistaken. But that was not the only option. He chose Portugal out of many different options. Maybe he thought initially that would be a temporary option because Portugal was an impartial country in the war. But then it seems that he really loved Portugal. There is a wonderful museum. The art collection there is the biggest, one of the biggest art collections. Catalogs have been published. If you haven't seen it, I highly recommend you to go and see it. Wonderful manuscripts, wonderful pieces of art. And we are also waiting for the catalog of his library also, because I'm so interested in learning what kind of books Gulbenkian was reading. We can only see a small portion of it, but all the books in his library, if a catalog would be published, it would be extremely useful, I believe. Thank you.
Teşekkür ederim. Ali Bey, ben de Ali Bey'e soru.
I also have a question to Ali Okumuş. I showed that a bit late, so perhaps I missed the beginning of your intervention, so I'm so sorry if I missed that. But now that the Gulbenkian family was so influential in so many spheres, their denomination, I think it may also play the role like Catholic, Protestant, Apostolic. Have you looked into the denomination of the Gulbenkian family? Are they members of the Catholic denomination or Gregorian community?
Farklı mezhepler de olabilir ailenin içerisinde.
There may be family members of different denominations, by the way, because they spread around a vast geography. We're talking about a family spanning from America, from the US to Middle East. And by the end of the 19th century, this is a very big family. I may be mistaken if I assert that a majority of the family members are of Gregorian or Apostolic or Orthodox, but I believe that Mr. Calouste Gulbenkian was of Gregorian denomination. I have a question to Ali Bey as well, Ali Okumuş. Gulbenkian family and the family's collaboration or competition with the Ottoman Central Bank. What is your take on this? Is there any competition between the family and the Ottoman Central Banks or other banks? The lady actually referred us to Cavit Bey. Cavit Bey, the finance minister of the time. I'm sure you are well aware of the memoirs of Cavit Bey. In his memoirs, he noted that when when they wanted to get a loan for the Ottoman Bank, they also asked the assistance of Gulbenkian. I'm not really talking about these efforts to get an external loan in those years. But the Ottoman Central Bank was established in 1856 as an exportation bank, but for quite a long time, the Ottoman Central Bank cannot really operate in Anatolia, and as I understand, there is also a fierce competition. So when you look into how Ottoman Central Bank grew and opened branches in Anatolia, it also is possible after 1880s. So I'm not really talking specifically about Calouste Gulbenkian, but the family as such. When I looked into the commerce registries, I can see that the family Gulbenkian was in banking business, so they are named as bankers. But I don't know if they were engaged with the Ottoman Central Bank or perhaps Deutsche Bank of Germany. It is not, of course, possible to put it very clearly, but this is my personal opinion. The Gulbenkian family never preferred to work only with one interlocutor or only with one partner. They were very skilled at channeling the business to the right people, to the right partners. I think this is the genius of the family. Just a very brief example if we have enough time. For instance, the Gulbenkian family was in the wool business. One may not really find this in the literature, and I also had a second thought as to study this topic too. In Ankara and Kayseri, they were involved in Angora wool business until the 1890s, and I found some petitions in Ottoman archives. Everyone involved in this Angora wool business, in fact, received a petition from the Gulbenkian family that other newcomers cannot really enter the business because they are operating the business themselves, and the petitioners mostly included members of the Gulbenkian family. And they also have another trade route starting from Egypt all the way to Europe. Actually, they purchase Angora wool, they process Angora wool, and then they export it through certain ports and harbors to Europe. And while doing so, they work with a different company in Istanbul, and they work with another company in Egypt. They work with yet another company in Aleppo. So I'm pretty sure that they had certain relationship with the Ottoman Central Bank, but I cannot really recall a concrete document, but I'm also assuming that they also pursued a similar relationship with the German Deutsche Bank.
We have questions for our other panelists. No offense. We just don't want to. Do we have questions for our other panelists? Yes, please.
Hi. Yeah, thank you all very much for the wonderful presentations. I have a question for, Allison. You mentioned how how this history offers a window into the sort of overlapping systems of sovereignty in this period and in this place. And I was wondering if it also offers a window into the sort of gaps in sovereignty in this particular time and place, and if the historical actors in which you study, perhaps if you could speak a bit about how they used these gaps to maybe navigate the issues they were facing or profit off them.
Gaps. So the two examples I used were a group of people that many of whom were part of the Yücellilikler, and then the stowaways who snuck onto the boat, and the stowaways sneaking onto the boat. There's a lot of like using an opening there. I'm not sure that I see that necessarily as a gap of sovereignty, right? Because they are technically, Turkish subjects, subject to the sovereignty of the Turkish state, and then they see an opening where they can sneak onto a British military ship, and that's how they're gonna leave Istanbul. Because they likely could not get passports, get permission to leave for both military service, perhaps financial reasons, and so they throw themselves into a kind of. But then of course the question is how much sovereignty do you have if you can't control who gets on your boat, Yeah, but people certainly used these systems. Like if one authority would tell them no, they could go to another authority that would tell them yes. And sometimes like with the Yücellilikler, a lot of them had these British laissez-passer, and the British were trying to take like a hard line on being like, no, we're not going to help you anymore. But then a lot of them ended up getting visas to go where they needed to go, and so. The people used these systems in whatever way that they could. It put them in a difficult position, and it was not by any stretch of the imagination easy. And the British certainly didn't make it easier for them. But yeah, sorry, I don't have a great answer to the gaps part of that, I think. Yeah.
Other questions for our panelists? We have about 5 minutes. I have a question then, if I can ask to Allison. And it was, according to David Gutman, during the Hamidian period, Armenians who wished to leave the Ottoman Empire to go to the United States in particular had to renounce their citizenship. Do you see any connection there with what the new Turkish government was trying to do in terms of this way? Did they make any reference to that practice in the end? Because supposedly during the second constitutional period, the Young Turks had done away with that practice, but then it sounds like it came back with the return of some of the Young Turks to power, some of the CUP to power.
I haven't seen any explicit reference to, we did, like the Ottoman State did this before, so we can do this again. I haven't seen a specific reference to that. But there certainly is, like, it's not without precedent to say that, like, leaving without a passport or leaving without permission constitutes a forfeiture of nationality. And I think that, and that's one thing that, like, I think that the Allied powers, specifically the British, were trying to argue this is a slap in the face of international law, which is, of course, they're just making up international law at that point anyway.
The laws of civilization.
Yeah, exactly. But I think what's important about that is to underline that there absolutely was precedent for stripping people of their nationality for leaving without permission or leaving without a passport, although it, in slightly different circumstances. And then, of course, also Imperial Russia, had similar policies, and then Soviet Russia also did as well. And I believe actually, and nobody quote me on this, but I believe that actually, interestingly, if you follow that thread a little bit later, Muslim Greeks who were stripped of their Greek nationality in the following decades, the justification was often that they left without passports. And so this idea that leaving without permission means that you have allied yourself with another power. It's an interesting motif, at least.
Thank you. Any last questions? We have 1 minute.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, thank you. Let's please thank our panelists.
Please.
Thank you. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, that's great.
Recording in progress.
Okay. Welcome all to the second panel of the second day. My name is Ahmet Kuyash, and I will introduce the panelists of this panel number 6. There are Dr. Engin Kılıç on my left, and then Mr. Talat Ulusoy. Unfortunately, we have a small change in our program. I have just learned that Professor Baki Tezcan is suffering from COVID-19, so he will join us via Zoom, and well, that must constitute a huge problem. And I will introduce the panelists, each panelist, before their intervention. So our first panelist is Dr. Engin Kılıç, who is a graduate of Boğaziçi University's Department of Turkish Language and Literature. And then he received a master's degree from the Cultural Studies program at Bilgi University. He holds a PhD degree from Leiden University's Turkish Studies program. Nowadays, he teaches Turkish literature, Turkish for foreigners, and Ottoman Turkish literary history at Sabancı University. His research interests include late 19th and early 20th century Turkish literature and literary history. His special focus is on Turkish utopian literature, and of course he's a specialist of the relationship between Turkish literature and politics. Today he will tell us about the Turkish novels on the armistice period, or if you prefer, the occupation period. The floor is yours, Engin.
Çok teşekkürler Ahmet Hocam. Açtım galiba. Efendim merhabalar.
Good afternoon. I will be the first speaker right after the lunch in this putting session. I hope I will not be boring you in this presentation. I'm sure you're all familiar to this photograph. You see British officers on the top of Galata Tower. At the time, there was no cone on top of Galata Tower. So the Allied forces, occupying Allied forces, British military officers on top of Galata Tower. Yes, I will be talking about Turkish novel and the occupation of Istanbul, and how occupation was reflected in Turkish novel of the time. Balkan Wars was my starting point, because both Balkan Wars and also the occupation of Istanbul, they were both the darkest moments of Turkish history, because there is a state which lost its territory, and then European powers make an agreement among themselves, and they come to your capital and they occupy your capital. And likewise, during the Balkan Wars, Ottoman Empire was also defeated by some forces, by some countries that the empire saw them as inferiors, as wild, or used some other derogatory words. So Ottomans indeed were defeated by communities that the empire saw as inferior. And this was a very big shock. It was totally unexpected. And then there was also this feeling that we are now very close to the end, because for the past 2 centuries, the empire kept losing lands and territories, and now there was this feeling of being on the verge. When we look into the literature, we can't really see a very strong reflection of this period in the reflection. You will only find 1 or 2 novels with very short coverage of occupation of Istanbul. There are very few stories. There is one researcher who made a research about 60 short stories, some poems, but that's all. And this was indeed a very important war. First World War, very important, loss of territory, quite a traumatic experience, but it's not really covered in the literature, in the novels. And it's not even properly covered in other domains too. For instance, I keep asking my students at the university about Balkan Wars, but they seem to know nothing. They only know about the very boring provisions of the agreement that ended the war, but no one really knows what was the reason for the Balkan Wars and what was the outcome of the war. Why do you think is this case? Why don't we really know about the Balkan Wars? Why are we not familiar with the wars? I mean, let me ask this question to you, because it's always the audience asking panelist questions. We don't really talk about Balkan Wars because we were defeated. So yes, there may be a psychological barrier here. Interpreters need microphone in order to interpret the contribution of the audience. Thank you very much for your contribution, by the way. I would like to thank the audience. So, when we look back in the past, what would a nation would take pride in? Let's say we found penicillin or we invented this or that. Well, for a culture as such, we mostly take pride in victories, in triumphs, and a Balkan War, because of the defeat, is a source of shame for us. So this is an inexplicable defeat for the Ottoman Empire. And because this has been very much suppressed, it is not really covered in the Turkish novel, but we all know about the theory of Freud. I mean, if you keep on suppressing things, it will not disappear. I mean, it will be for sure coming back. We can also discuss the role of the trauma that came along with the defeat in the Balkan Wars, and particularly the defeat's role in the genocide, as well as the foundation of the Republic. Then we should also talk about the occupation of Istanbul. Here on the screen you see the names of Turkish novels. You may not be able to read them all, but I just wanted to show you this list. These are the Turkish novels which take place in the city of Istanbul. But it's also possible to add more novels to this list, if we are to also include the ones that also mention wartime Istanbul. I also forgot to mention this point about the Balkan Wars. This will be an example from popular culture. Hababam Sınıfı, the Turkish film series. During a history lesson, there is the principal, Kel Mahmud. He would ask students about Balkan Wars, but there is also an inspector in the room, and because none of the students could answer about Balkan War, the inspector feels really angry. But then when principal asks them to cite the national anthem. Everyone stands up, cites the anthem in tears. So this is something that we take pride in, but we don't really talk about Balkan Wars. And how can we explain this phenomenon? Of course, it will be quite problematic to make a general assessment on this. But we also need to remember that there are lots of things happening in Anatolia.
Ve niye elverişli? Milli kimlik inşasına çok elverişli. Orada Anadolu'daki direnişi, örgütlenen direnişi de hesaba katıyor.
So we need to also take into account what's happening in Anatolia, the resistance movement in Anatolia. Of course, it has its positive aspects, negative aspects, but it was not the case in the Balkan Wars. During the Balkan Wars, there was no way out. However, during the First World War, depending on your ethnicity or denomination, you may have different ways of seeing or perceiving what was happening at that time. Perhaps that was a war that one can use to take pride in the homogenization of a multi-ethnic society. For others, it may be a debate around religion versus secularity. So there may be different ways of discussing and perceiving the First World War and its impact on Turkey. But there is yet another then there is another important aspect. This is how Jeffrey Alexander defines cultural trauma. Cultural trauma is a concept that occurs when members of a collectivity feel they have been subjected to a horrendous event that leaves indelible marks upon their group consciousness, marking their memories forever and changing their future identity in fundamental and irrevocable ways. However, we need a social mediation. In other words, we need certain social actors to build a narrative around that. Be it power holders, other actors, so we need to look into how these power holders or those in power achieve this coming to terms with cultural trauma. Only when an event is considered to be an existential threat, then it is considered a cultural trauma, and then there comes a resulting narrative, and according to Jeffrey Alexander, these are the carriers of this trauma, and then they try to make sense out of this trauma, and in this way they reinvent a new narrative. So we may also consider that cultural trauma is quite functional in terms of identity building or national identity building. We have very limited time, so I will not be able to read out excerpts from all the Turkish novels of the time. It was a very nice coincidence. After the end of his presentation, Savas Tiselinis talked about Sodom and Gomorrah, and now I would like to tell you more about this novel. This was not planned, by the way. Sodom and Gomorrah. It is an utterly awful novel. I wouldn't recommend this to anyone. If possible, please do not read it. Life is really short to read this novel. It was published in 1928 by Yakup Kadri Karaosmanoğlu. I mean, the name is self-evident. It refers to Sodom and Gomorrah in the Old Testament. So in the Old Testament, it is referred to as Sodom and Gomorrah, but the novel is entitled Sodom and Gomorrah. So Yakup Kadri Karaosmanoğlu really likes this allegory in the Old Testament, and he likes the idea of using this as an analogy to tell us more about Istanbul under occupation. The novel takes place between 1920 to 23. The main characters, the protagonist is Leyla and Necdet. Leyla is not the most convenient character. Where do you think she lives? She lives in Nişantaşı. A new, modern building. That's where she lives. And Sami Bey is an antagonist. And he's retired from where? Do we have any guesses? Of course, do you know Mumiye? His father, Leyla's father, is a retiree of Do you know Mumiye? Also serving for the French interests. And Yakup Kadri really likes the idea. We can also see it in another novel. Servet Bey was also a retiree from Do you know Mumiye? Then we have the protagonist Necdet. Necdet is a cousin of Leyla, but also a fiancé. Necdet is in love with Leyla. I mean, in fact, Yakup Kadri contemplated Necdet as a protagonist, but in fact this is not a good character. Because Necdet somehow condemns moral degradation, but on the other hand, he ends up in all parties. So he didn't really need to go to all these parties when he was critical. And he's also angry at Leyla because Leyla is flirting with British officers, and Leyla is Necdet's fiancé, so Necdet gets really angry with Leyla but cannot really do much about it. And Leyla flirts very frequently with British officer Reed. Reed is very handsome. Everyone is chasing Reed. But Reed is in love with Leyla, so there is this romance in the novel. Then there is Major Will. And the novel says that he has this animal instinct. That's why he actually came to Istanbul. So he doesn't know any boundaries when it comes to sex. Of course, there is certain Orientalism. He has this idea of Orient in his mind, Major Will. And then there is also a British officer, Marlowe. And there is also hatred. And hatred is something that is encouraged post-Balkan Wars. So there are two buttons for inciting hatred that will automatically help you get the reaction. One is labeling people as enemies or gavurs or infidels, and you can easily incite hatred by attacking religious values through blasphemy, or by attacking national values too. So Marlowe is another British officer. He likes Turkey and he's interested in Turkey. He learned the language in Oxford in Oriental Studies, and he is gay, by the way. So yet another button that would incite hatred. There are some women characters in the novel. Jimson with a Levantine father. Azize is a young student at American college. Fenimore is a journalist. Nermin is the only good character in the novel. She travels back and forth between Istanbul and Ankara, but without a significant role in the novel. I would like to tell you about theologic historiography. What do I mean by that? we assume that history progresses on a linear way. We assume that history follows a linear form, and this is what happened in the past, what happens now, and this is what's going to happen in the future. So we perceive it on a linear basis. But when we look into what happened in 1915, we see crossroads. We see a juncture. There are so many factors coming together. One needs to make very difficult choices, and people who make a certain choice can be labeled as traitors. And you can clearly see that in this novel. And it's quite essentially defining. I mean, if you can be either a traitor or a hero. So this novel is a racist one, I have to say, because the author himself is racist, and it includes some racist elements. So I will be reading out some excerpts from the book. Nejdet, the character, he hates the British. He does hate the British. He names them as an inferior race and blames Leyla for flirting with an inferior race. And we can also see a lot of anti-Semitic narratives in the novel. For instance, there is a note about a Jewish family who are trying to make clowns out of themselves to please people. So this is another excerpt from the book, where the author talks about a German Jewish officer, and just the sheer use of the word Jewish is in a way a swear word for the author. Here is another excerpt which talks about an American girl, but defining her as pure blood American girl. And then, of course, the novel characters talk about Armenians. There is an Armenian girl in the college, a foolish, rude girl. She makes, everyone makes fun of her. Yet another excerpt from the novel. This is a rather long excerpt. At Maxim Bar, Leyla sees a man. And for sure, the man that Leyla is together with is an Armenian. And he understands his Armenian identity because of his glasses, his colorful glasses, and his face. This Armenian man always full of intrigues and in touch, in unison and in touch with the British. So this is how the novel sees Armenians. And there's also another excerpt that describes how American missionaries would pick Armenian children, pure blood Armenian children. This is yet another novel from Müfide Ferittek, Pervaneler, another nationalistic and racist novelist. Sorry, let me go back to Yakup Kadri. This is another novel, Ankara. I think this excerpt is quite important because I think this was done by mistake. It is almost tantamount to confession. There is Ömer Efendi, and at the early days of the Great War, there is Veysel, a merchant, and then there is Hüseyin, who is a draper, and there is also one dresser. So this is the lowest segment of the society. These characters are from the lowest segment of the society, and in a way, the characters humiliate these people. Yet, all of a sudden, overnight, in the second year of the Great War, these lower classes get rich. Sodom and Gomorrah. Here in Sodom and Gomorrah, we also see misogyny. The novel portrays all women as if all women are up to sex. They are all the time chasing British officers, all the time running from one party after another. And we also see elements of homophobia. As I mentioned earlier on, Marlowe is a gay British officer, and he wanted to be bettered by dark-faced Turkish men in a wild way. And fire would cleanse out everything, says Jamil Kemal. So the fire of the war will cleanse out everything. There are also some other novels that we can look into. So Sodom and Gomorrah is a very good illustration of these examples, but there are some other examples too. For instance, this is another novel by Yakup Kadri Karaosmanoğlu. There is Arif Bey, a true patriot, and he's being blamed for his patriotism, and he is defending himself. He is loyal to the country and to the Sultan, and this country needs peace, and this nation is already fed up with what has been happening, and you have already ruined the country in the past 2 centuries, and now you also want to destroy whatever is left. And then we have Madame Elektrian, owner of a hotel. She is indeed a good character, so normally we would perhaps have the stereotype of portraying Muslims as good characters or non-Muslims as bad characters, but Madame Elektrian is a good character. This is how Ahmet Hamdi Tanpınar sees Madame Elektrian. By the way, we don't see such coarse categorizations here in Kemal Tahir. And the grocer's property were seized by the Unionists, CUP members. But we don't really see such narrative in Yakup Kadri Karaosmanoğlu's novel. And beyond all that, there is yet another novel, Türker Armener's novel Hüküm, which takes place in Istanbul in 1920. And this novel makes us question who is the true traitor or who is the true hero. Well, by the way, when we look back into this list, we see that novelists kept writing novels that cover this period over an extensive period of time. So this was not really a periodical literature, and it actually spans over time. Thank you very much for your attention.
İkinci konuğumuz sosyal tarihçi, İzmir'den geliyor ve şimdi kendisi Konstantinopoliten gazetecilerden bahsedecek. Talat Ulusoy ismi, kendisi Mimari Fakültesinden, İstanbul Teknik Üniversitesi'nden 71 senesinde mezun olduktan sonra master derecesini Ege Üniversitesi
Architecture in the Faculty of Fine Arts, Ege University. He was a board member in Izmir branch of the Chamber of Architects between 1976 and 1980. He is also known to have established a civilian initiative in 2008, I'm sorry, called Yüzleşme Atölyesi, Atelier for Confrontation. And finally, his research interests include confrontation, memory, and Izmir urban history. Today, he will give us a lecture on the newspaper articles in Peyam of Ali Kemal Bey. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Bugün
Thank you. Today is the 5th of November, and Ali Kemal Bey today is very much alive. Maybe it is a divine coincidence, or maybe this was intentional on part of the Hrant Dink Foundation, but Ali Kemal Bey would die lynched in Izmir on the 6th of November, which is tomorrow. He was a good intellectual, a good writer, and a politician also. Since his youth, and since his days as a student, he was always involved in politics, in political struggle, and this is what defined him. And he doesn't come from an aristocratic family. He's very much self-made, and there are certain principles and values that he adheres to, and he is not someone who shies away from adhering to these principles. And today we will go back to 1918, November 1918, and some articles that he wrote back then. I'm going to share some excerpts with you to uncover some of the realities of the century that went before us, and we will embark on a journey, and hopefully we will forge new ties with the past thanks to this journey. Ali Kemal Bey now, I am not going to go into details of his resume, but and also if you wonder why this topic, I always think that his handwriting was so beautiful. That's why I wanted to choose this font. And if you have a difficult time reading it, it is because of the fact that some of the characters are not displayed properly. Now, Ali Kemal Bey experienced many interruptions. He was in prison, he was on exile. That's how he spent his life. And after his youth, when the war was over, for a short period, he was appointed as a minister. So he was someone who served in the realm of politics as well, in a much coveted position. Now, on the 14th of January 1919, Ali Kemal was the Secretary General of the Hürriyet Fırkası, and as you know also, Ali Kemal Bey and Hürriyet İtilaf Fırkası have been branded as traitors for centuries, and this label is enough on its own. No one really questions why these people were traitors. And I can say this for the majority. No one really bats an eyelid as to why these people were labeled as traitors. Now, Ali Kemal, he had some editorials published in this daily, and in pursuit of truth, there are four mentalities, and there is one thing that remains unchanged, which is labeling or stigmatizing people. that, and this is what I wanted to present you with during this talk. Ali Kemal Bey was someone who was for musabat, i.e. equality in Ottoman Turkish. And he was someone who advocated for equal coexistence of different communities, different faiths, and political persuasions. And this is quite unequivocal in his writings. And I will get to that. But what is at the opposite of this egalitarian approach, you might wonder. And that would be full independence, istiklal. And what is istiklal, you might wonder. And we will also see how memory afflicts us all when we deal with these concepts, and we become unable to question things and confront things. Now, in the Turkish Language Association, istiklal is described as, in modern Turkish, as liberation. And we know that words have a life of their own, and some people lead their lives, and certain things change over life, and as you age, you lose certain things and gain certain things, and you replace things as well, or one single word may be just killed off. And istiklal, the word istiklal, had this exact journey. Now, istiklal does not only mean liberation, actually. Now, this is the crux of the matter. Istiklal is liberation from the other, and 1901 dictionary of Sami Bey says that istiklal actually means deliverance from the other, or liberation from the other, or a man divorcing a wife can be expressed through this word, istiklal. Now, you know, deliverance from liberation, from imperialism, and istiklal, and all these novels, these actually make us ask many questions. 4 mentalities, I said previously, and we talked about one of them, this idea or mentality of istiklal, liberation, and equality. And for 100 years there has been a battle between these concepts, and we have been engaged in this concept knowingly or unknowingly. And territory and community, that's another duality. And the word millet, which is very much in use today by a certain party or a certain segment of the society. And the third mentality would be, or the amalgamation of contrary concepts would be politics and power, the mentality based on politics and power. The fourth one would be justice and animosity. No, animosity and minorities. Now, because obviously when minorities were concerned, there was no justice to speak of, but through minorities, animosity was fueled for a long time, because adalet in Ottoman Turkish meant animosity. Now, these 4 mentalities, when it comes to Ali Kemal and his editorial articles, I'm going to try and also just bear in mind that 18, 19, and 20, these years, you know, these concepts were very much in use. It wasn't just Ali Kemal Bey. Many people, Refi Cemat Alınay, who came back from exile, also focus on these concepts. He wrote for Milliyet Daily for years, and Refi Cevat was seen as someone who was regressive by the so-called intellectuals of the time. He came back from exile, from the Lausanne exile, and his articles, maybe it's like I mean, thanks to Abdul İpekçi, perhaps he was always featured in Milliyet, but younger generations, unfortunately, do not know much about him. So, apart from these four mentalities, still, in our day-to-day lives, we hear two contronyms, and these are still binding: a hero and traitor, right? And Ali Kemal Bey is a traitor, and as I said at the beginning, he was the Secretary General of a political party for a while. His political party was a traitor as well, and this has been a part of the official history of Turkey for a very long time. And this mentality of liberation, actually before the constitutional period, this was very much in use, and to the extent that I can not pinpoint a certain evidence, piece of evidence, but after the decree, constitutional decree, people wanted liberation and freedom, and the dominant nation, the Muslim nation, the intellectuals of the Muslim communities started using these words: istiklal, liberation, and musavat, equality, after the first constitutional period. And this is quite funny as well. There is only one constitutional period. 1876 was when it was announced, but this constitutional period, when it comes to those who wanted liberation, some people feared that the the enemy would benefit from equality. That's why it was suspended, the constitutional period, and it was reenacted in 1920. Again, it wasn't implemented properly, so there is no true constitution to speak of, constitutional period to speak of in Turkey. It was never fully in implementation. Let me skip this part. Now, the concept of liberation, you see an explanation of what this concept really means. Ali Kemal Bey, on the 16th of August 1919, wrote an article on why the English turned their faces against the Ottomans, and this article mentions many English intellectuals, members of House of Commons and House of Lords. There was this petition sent to the Sultan, and Ali Kemal, in his article, shares an excerpt from this petition by the members of the houses, and also the English are also traitors because they wanted a constitutional order in the Ottoman Empire, just like they had in the UK. And since then, these people so let me speed up a little. So yes, this letter, this petition signed by the members of House of Commons and Lords. So I'm also going to skip this part, says the speaker. Now, some, CUP actually prevented this letter from reaching the Sultan. Ali Kemal wanted this letter to reach the Sultan and thinks that it might mean something, but sadly he's proven wrong. Now, territory and millet, nation, this mentality. Millet actually means a religious community. It doesn't mean a nation. And similarly, istiklal means deliverance from the other, liberation from the other. It's not merely liberation. And millet doesn't mean nation in modern Turkish. That would be a miss. Now, millet is very much, the first meaning is actually religious community. When you say the Greek community, you mean the Greek Orthodox community, right? And you do not mean the Hellenic nation. Now, Ali Kemal says we have many flaws, and we were able to capture territory, but we weren't able to administer them properly, he says in his articles. And what makes the motherland is the blood shed on it. And you know, these are still lines of poetry that are recited by higher echelons of Turkish administrators. And this is something that we need to look at as a nation. Even at this day and age, we are plagued by this disease of worshipping a piece of territory. Now, politics and power. 5 more minutes. Now, in 1922, March 1922, the Greek kingdom forces troops called out to the Allied forces, and they wanted an armistice and they wanted peace talks. So Ali Kemal has some great lines. He says, minorities, Christians are a part of this homeland, and let's remember what the League of Nations has been doing, he says. And even now, today, these issues are unresolved in Turkey, and the importance of this is unrecognized in Turkey. So this is a mentality that has been on freeze for 100 years. And he was able to take a snapshot of this mentality 100 years ago. Now, since the beginning of the constitutional period, there have never been real elections, he said, and that holds very much true to this day. We've never had bona fide elections. 1950 elections, yes, some political parties were barred, and there was censorship. There were bans, and in the when you have censorship and bans, how can you talk about free and fair elections? Now, the Smyrna catastrophe is the culmination of the mistakes of the past, he said. But we see this as a Greek occupation, right? But our conquests are not disputable. They're always a good thing, but occupation is always a bad thing. So when you lose a war, you get occupied, and that's an awful thing. But Germany was occupied also, but there was no other politics than politics of power, or there is no politics, there is only power. So let me try and conclude. Mentality of minorities. We have seen this time and time again. We all know what happened to Hrant Dink, and this relationship between traitors and heroes. And yes, Izmir has a hero, and let me finish off with this. Hasan Tahsin is the hero, and Istanbul is a traitor, Ali Kemal. And they all had the same points of view. And this goes to show that those concepts are actually quite meaningless. I mean, CUP, Hasan Tahsin criticized CUP, but his statue is very much in place in Izmir at the Konak Square even today. Thank you.
Derdim çoktu ama
I had a lot to get off my chest, but I had to be limited by my the time allocated to me. And we will be talking about the Great Fire in Smyrna tonight in Ipsos and Nurettin Pasha, right? So a bit of self-promotion. There is an upcoming event this evening if you're interested, and on Fridays at 7:30 p.m. I have this radio show called Smyrna Post. It's a bi-weekly show, so come and tune in and join us, please. Thank you.
Now our final intervention today is Professor Baki Tezcan's intervention on Halide Edip's newspaper articles during the armistice period. I hope he's already in touch with us. Yes, okay. Professor Baki Tezcan received his bachelor degree in international relations from Bilkent University and in 1994. Then he completed his master's and PhD studies in Near Eastern Studies at Princeton University. He is currently Associate Professor of History and Religious Studies at the University of California, Davis. He is also the president of the Ottoman and Turkish Studies Association. He has published many articles on various topics related to Ottoman history, Ottoman and modern Turkish historiography, as well as Islam. Professor Tezcan, welcome. The floor is yours.
Çok teşekkür ederim.
Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee for inviting me here, and I also would like to apologize for not physically be present with you. I prepared my speech in English, but I have sent the text to the interpreters beforehand, so I hope they will be able to follow my text as I read it. So let me start.
O vast, bloody grave of my countrymen, you are a humiliation, not only to the Turks who caused it, but to the whole human race. My soul lies in the very dust for shame of kinship with the race that murdered you, while it moans and weeps in pain and sorrow for you all. This quotation comes from the English translation of a piece Halide Edip apparently published very soon after the Adana massacre of April 1909, probably in Egypt, where she escaped to in the aftermath of the counter-revolution earlier that month. A somewhat modified version of this piece was going to appear in the daily Tanin on May 18, 1909. According to the English translation, in the original piece, she went on to say, "The 30,000 dead, the ruined land, the living country turned into a silent tomb, a murdered people of defenseless men, helpless women, innocent children, demand vengeance. If the murderers are not punished for those atrocities they have committed in the name of religion, the blood of our Armenian brethren will remain forever a red stain on the name of the young Turks." The version of this letter that was published in Tanin managed to reach, touch, and resonate with Ottoman Armenians, as indicated by at least 2 letters by 2 Armenian women that appeared in the Ottoman press later that month. This was not the first time that Halide acknowledged the violence perpetrated against Ottoman Armenians. In an earlier piece she published soon after the 1908 revolution, she suggested that Ottoman government officials participated in the murder of Armenian shopkeepers and merchants, mostly to annul their debts. 7 years after the Adana massacre, in 1916, she was going to publicly criticize the Armenian genocide in front of an audience of 700 attendees in a talk she gave at the Türk Ocağı, or the Turkish Hearth, the institutional headquarters of the Turkish nationalist movement in the early 20th century. There is no other Ottoman Turkish intellectual of note who had the courage to publicly acknowledge massacres of Ottoman Armenians and dare to criticize the genocide while it was still unfolding. Yet, as pointed out by Hülya Adak in several studies, Halide Edip's depiction of the violence perpetrated against Ottoman Armenians changed course in the late 1910s and the early 1920s. She gradually identified with the defensive Turkish nationalist narrative, to the development of which she made a major contribution in her novel, The Shirt of Flame. This presentation focuses on the articles Halide Edip published during the armistice period with a view to chart the transformation of her stance in response to the occupation of Izmir by the Greek army and the occupation of Istanbul by the Allies. Just a few days before the beginning of the negotiations that were to lead to the armistice of Mudros in late October 1918, Halide Edip published a long article entitled Wilson'un Şartları Karşısında, or In the Presence of Wilsonian Principles, in the Daily Vakit. Behind the smoke of the ingenious and murderous guns of 1001 faces which the world invented to kill people in the most ghastly way, out of the innocent and martyr heads of its millions of human victims, there appeared for us the humanity's second declaration of human rights. Establishing a parallel between the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of the French Revolution and the Wilsonian principles, Halide Edip saw these principles as granting nations the kind of rights that, according to her, Jean-Jacques Rousseau granted to the individual. The dream of national independence, millet istiklali, was now within reach. In this piece, Halide Edip recognizes this right for the subject nations of the Ottoman Empire as well, and even wishes them well. Yet, at the same time, Halide Edip is afraid that in between the lines of the same principles, Turks appear to be the people whose rights should be limited because of the policy of oppression and extermination they pursued for their citizens who belong to a different religion than theirs. To her own rhetorical question of why, she responds in this way. In our last powerful days, supposedly as a service to the Turkish element, we deported and tried to annihilate the Christian, especially Armenian element, again with a medieval method. Halide Edip adds that because the Turks were the ruling and therefore responsible element, the whole burden and dishonor fell on the shoulders of the nation, even though those who actually turned the deportations into murder and catastrophe were just some murderers and robbers among the governors, government officials, and representatives. In response to the new Ottoman government's promise to bring Armenians back to their homes, Halide Edip states that the government's executive power in the provinces might not be enough for this. Therefore, she proposes that the government establish a commission consisting of Americans, Armenians, and some conscientious Turks who had stood with the Armenians during the war. She also demands a governmental declaration that protects the rights of forcefully converted Armenians to return to Christianity. While one might be justified in saying that Halide Edip was making these demands for partial governmental remedies to the deportation and Islamization of Armenians in order to have a better chance at the peace table, she reminds her readers that she made similar statements during the war. While this is difficult to verify, she indeed criticized the genocidal policies of the government at the Türk Ocağı, as I mentioned earlier. She's also on record for referring to Bahattin Shakir, the architect of the Armenian genocide, as a murderer in 1916. Even in this piece that takes responsibility for the crimes, however, there are 2 points of ambiguity. First, Halide Edip only assigns theoretical responsibility, nazari mesuliyet, for the young Turk leaders whom she calls idealist lovers of their nation, memleketlerini seven ve idealist. Ali Kemal would disagree with this, I imagine. She asserts that they might even be as sorry as she is today by the results of their actions, which was produced by their very primitive and awful understanding of nationalism. Milliyetperverliği çok iptidai ve fena anlayan, bugünkü neticeden belki benim kadar müteessir olan birkaç kuvvetli adam. Furthermore, she argues that the Germans undoubtedly share this theoretical responsibility as well. As for their punishment, she pleads for the postponement of their trials until such time that courts could be established in a humane and legal way after the excitement subsides. Ceza kısmının bütün heyecanlar dindiği, mahkemenin insani ve kanuni bir şekilde teşekkül ettiği zamana kalmasını talep ederim. Her close relationship with Cemal and Talat Pashas seems to have made it difficult for her publicly and unequivocally assign responsibility to them. Second, Halide Edip adds a footnote to her article which foreshadows her future shift to what came to be called the defensive Turkish nationalist narrative. I would like to state that I saw on official Russian documents that Armenians killed many Turks as a result of the desire for vengeance that came to inhabit the country because of this awful policy. The source of the miseries that befell Turks and Armenians and of the blood they shed mutually is the same. And in the future, I will dissect the damages and calamities that this awful policy inflicted upon the Turk one by one. The mutuality of the bloodshed was going to become a major pillar of the defensive nationalist narrative. Yet at this point, at the end of the World War and before the Allied occupation of Anatolia, Halide Edip's narrative acknowledges the centrality of the evil, the deportation policy unleashed, and presents the mutual bloodshed as a consequence of it. Yet at the same time, she is anxious to create a distance between her Turkish nation and the crimes perpetrated against Ottoman Armenians. I am of the opinion that I'm acting on behalf of my noble nation, which does not have blood on its hands, while I disclaim the murders perpetrated in the name of the Turkish nation by those who were unaccountable at a time when the Turkish nation was ruling and accountable. In November 1918, in a piece she wrote on Syria, Halide Edip is once again quite frank about the governmental responsibility for the Armenian genocide. And she utters 500,000 as the number of people who perished. But I will skip this piece in the presentation for the sake of time. The next piece in which she refers to Armenians is from January 1919. She introduces this article by explaining that the experts who came to Europe for the peace conference in the company of Woodrow Wilson deserve some attention. Among them, she refers to Albert Leibeyer and Herbert Adams Gibbons. She states that she tried to get access to the articles Gibbons published during the war and could not locate the one on Istanbul, which apparently was written in a friendly manner toward the Ottomans. Then she goes on to provide a summary translation of another piece by Gibbons entitled Europe and Islam. Gibbons' piece might be summarized by its concluding sentence, Islam wants friends, not masters, which Halide Edip modifies slightly to make it the headline of her translation, Muslims do not want masters for themselves but friends. She must have known Gibbons, who taught at Robert College in the 1910s and reported on the Ottoman Empire as a journalist, calling the Armenian genocide the blackest page of modern history in the title of a short book he published on the subject in 1916. Gibbons' Turkish summary translation by Halide Edip is not just any summary, though, but a quite telling one, as it exposes the issues that must have been most sensitive to her. Here is a paragraph that she chose to translate in full before her translation. So this paragraph you see on the left is the original published in the Century magazine. And then here is the same paragraph in her translation. I'm not going to read everything and compare them for the sake of time, but what is very clear here is I'm going to focus on this one sentence. This is what he wrote: a Syrian state in Syria, an Armenian state in Armenia, or Cilicia under the collective guarantee of all Europe, and the union of the Greek islands and the middle portion of the Asia Minor region littoral to Greece. This is the only program that will satisfy the aspirations of the subject Christians and nationalities and assure a durable peace in the Near East. If you look at the same sentence over here, you'll read it: in Syria, Syrian government, in Armenia, an Armenian government, and the cession of the Greek islands to Greece could assure a durable peace. Gone is the middle portion of Asia Minor region, littoral, etc., and the Turks or the Muslim, and gone is also the aspirations of the subject Christian nationalities. In the aftermath of the occupation of Izmir by Greece in May 1919, Halide Edip gave speeches in 3 public rallies in Istanbul. In the published versions of her speeches, there are no references to Armenians other than a brief reference to the sins of our country, which she qualified as very small in comparison to the occupation of Izmir in her speech at the Fatih rally. The occupation of Anatolia and the resulting threat of cession of the middle portion of the Asia Minor region littoral to Greece had changed Halide Edip's evaluation of the magnitude of the crimes perpetrated against Ottoman Armenians. In these speeches, one also sees a very clear emphasis on Muslim identity that is supposed to naturally unite Turks with the rest of the Muslim world, a point to which I could return in the discussion if there is interest. In her first article after these rallies in June 1919, Halide Edip asked the Allied powers on behalf of the Turks, the Greeks have Greece, the Armenians, Armenia, the Arabs, Arabia, where is Turkey of the Turks? Who among these nations sacrificed most for their independence and honor? Help us, give us capital, give us ideas, give us friendship. The Turks deserve these as much as the Bulgarians, the Serbians, the Greeks.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Professor Tezcan. These are your last 5 minutes, okay?
Oh, thank you. Thank you. The Armenia Halide Edip refers to here was the Republic of Armenia that was outside Ottoman borders. Thus, neither the Greeks nor the Armenians in these sentences refer to Ottoman citizens. Halide Edip touches upon Armenian, Bulgarian, and Greek Ottomans in an article in which she publicly addressed the King Crane Commission in August 1919. And here, I'm just not going to read it all for the sake of time. As can be observed clearly in her writings touched upon so far, Halide Edip's admission of the genocidal crimes perpetrated against Ottoman Armenians by the CUP leadership during the World War in late 1918 shifted, especially after the occupation of Izmir, to a defense of the territorial integrity of a new Turkey. Using her own metaphor, it would, of course, be impossible to sell this rosy Turkey to either Ottoman Greeks or Ottoman Armenians who had most recently been badly hurt by the thorns of that very rose, which she was actually aware of. Now, here, what I mean is right here. As she was actually aware of, as she finished her open letter to the King Crane Commission by arguing that the only possibility of keeping Turkey united and lifting the conditions that prohibit all its constituent peoples from developing in harmony and peace together is through the mandate of a nation that does not have territorial ambitions in the Near East and is capable of building a modern machine of administration within a certain period, this fixed period. She thus demands a single Turkey and a single mandate. As the latter is addressed to the King Crane Commission, it is not difficult to guess which foreign country she has in mind. It is, of course, the United States. As evidence in the first article I touched upon earlier, Halide Edip engaged with the Wilsonian principles publicly. Even though she does not claim any leadership in her public writings, she appears to have been the leading figure of the effort that created the Wilsonian League or the Wilson Prensipleri Cemiyeti. In her memoirs, she distanced herself from this association because after the foundation of the Turkish Republic and the consolidation of Mustafa Kemal's uncontestable leadership in the mid-1920s, having been a supporter of a mandate regime became anathema. Thus, she summarized the activities of the association only passingly. The league started in December 1918 and died out completely in 2 months, she said. Halide Edip, however, seems to have continued working actively to secure an American mandate through most of 1919. A few days after she wrote the open letter to the King Crane Commission, she penned an appeal to the American people in English that she entrusted to Louis Edgar Brown, an American journalist who was going to observe the Sivas Congress of the Turkish Nationalist Resistance Movement in September, as a semi-formal representative of the King Crane Commission. There is quite a bit of evidence suggesting that even Mustafa Kemal remained open to the idea of an American mandate for much longer than he would like to admit later when he wrote his well-known speech, the Nutuk. Yet, Woodrow Wilson never responded to Halide Edip or the Wilsonian League. He only supported a mandate over an Armenia that he created on a map. The U.S. Senate rejected this mandate on June 1st, 1920. On August 10, the Ottoman representatives signed the Treaty of Sèvres that, among other things, sanctioned both the annexation of the middle portion of the Asia Minor region littoral by Greece and the creation of Wilsonian Armenia, both of which came to be overturned by military operations led by the Turkish nationalist resistance. The nationalists utilized, among other things, the resources that had been prepared by the CUP in advance, as well as some of the CUP officers who had taken an active role in the Armenian genocide. Ottoman Armenians appeared in Halide Edip's newspaper articles only once in 1920. On January 12, she published a piece on a speech Mustafa Kemal gave in Ankara that was reported in Istanbul newspapers the previous day. She pointed out that Mustafa Kemal was neither denying the calamity that befell on non-Muslims, especially Armenians, nor wishing such things to ever happen again. On the same day, Halide published this piece. The Ottoman Parliament reopened in Istanbul. In February, they issued the National Pact that eventually led to the occupation of Istanbul by the Allies on March 16, 1920.
Professor Tezcan, last two sentences, please.
All right, then you know the rest of the story. She moves to Ankara. She's no longer writing about Armenians at all in her pieces. Instead, she writes The Shirt of Flame, where she pretty much actually admits kind of what she's doing, as Hülya Adak very kindly put out for us together. And this is very telling. So it's a national defensive narrative in the making that tells you why it is being made that way. All mankind put a black mark on our faces and spat at it. They, the victor's world, consider us not only as the assassins of the Armenians, but also as enemies of civilization, because we went into the war with the Germans, destroyers of civilization. I'll read from the very end. To suffer what we have suffered and to be able to throw ourselves into the voluntary martyrdom of our great war of independence, we needed first and most to be convinced and to believe in ourselves. So in a sense, in order to fight the war, we had to forget all the bad things that we did in the past, she says here. And so I finish by reminding ourselves of a question Taner Akçam had asked. What might have happened had the Allies accepted the importance of the National Pact and its territorial demands, had they recognized the sovereignty of the Ottoman State while demanding the prosecution of those guilty of war crimes in exchange? A similar question comes sort of a, not very clear, but some sort of a statement like that comes in Halide Edip's memoirs, where she says, well, had those two things have been avoided, there's the map of the Greater Armenia, the effort to create a Greater Armenia in Eastern Anatolia, and the occupation of Izmir, the history of the world today would have been different, she thought. Thank you very much for your patience, and sorry that I went over my time. Thank you.
Do you have a question? Now, I would like to impose on you a kind of, I wouldn't say it rule, but maybe a way of, yeah, just a second. If you want more questions, you will have to accept less coffee during the break, okay? Because we have only 20 minutes.
Teşekkürler. Türkçe yaptım, Türkçe sorayım. Engin Hoca'ya.
I have a question to Engin Kılıç. You have touched upon a number of novels and the nationalistic discourse reflected in these novels, but I'm curious about the context of the First World War. At that time, these novelists, considering the readers and other novelists, how they received these novels? Were these novels praised by the readership or other authors of the time, or were they criticized? How were they perceived and interpreted at that time?
Bir kaynağı almak isterim bu vesileyle. Erol Köroğlu. Birinci Dünya Savaşı ve Edebiyat doktor tezi buydu. O kitabı da var. Temel kaynak odur. Onun dışında valla...
Well, literature sociology is not something so strong here. So we don't really know what is the number of books that were published and how many readers did actually read these books, but there is a certain government support. For instance, during the Gallipoli campaign, the government sponsors actually take journalists to the war zone so that journalists can make reports about it. but we can't really say the exact number of readership for these novels. I would like to thank all panelists for their presentation. I also want to ask a question to Engin Kılıç about Sodom and Gomorrah. I actually really like this novel, and I also studied this novel for my master's studies. Meanwhile, you really didn't recommend this book. Actually, you said really very bad things about this novel. Şahan Şahnur Sessiz Ricat was another work of literature that I compared with Sodom and Gomorrah. That novel was about a stateless person who had to leave the Ottoman Empire as an Ottoman subject and had to live in Paris under significant hardships. So this state of being stateless, and it really also applies for those who did not really leave the Ottoman Empire, but who also stayed in Istanbul. So this creates some sort of anxiety, and I can also find some traces in Sodom and Gomorrah. But we can also see it. And there is also a lot of references to animals indeed. It's almost as if some of the characters are based on some animals. So have you also noticed that? On the other hand, yes, Sodom and Gomorrah is an analogy, and yes, there is a nationalistic narrative. Sexual infatuation, racism, also there is almost like this euphoric or orgasmic way of celebrating the Allied forces' entry into Istanbul. We can all say that, and there is this great sin committed by Turks. And they also believe that what Turks had to suffer now with this occupation is because of Turks' earlier great sins. So these are all some excerpts from the book. And I believe that Sodom and Gomorrah is indeed depicting as if all this calamity happened to Turks because Turks have committed this great sin. Do you have a specific question, asks the moderator? How would you interpret this collective crime in a way? Do you agree with my observations, by the way? First of all, if I don't remember it wrong, I think it was Fatih Altun who wrote a paper about the animals that were referred in the novel. And it really seems that there was the woman acting like a panther, or there was a man acting like another animal. So there is a lot of analogy of human beings and animals in the novel. So it seems like Sodom and Gomorrah was an exaggeration of these analogies. On the one hand, it tries to portray Necdet as a very nationalistic or patriotic protagonist, but almost to the extent that he is suffocating himself, and he is in a party, he opens the window, he wants to take some fresh air, and when having a look at the Istanbul panorama, he cites some excerpts from the Old Testament. I mean, it actually, like, the novelist killed the very own character in order to force to talk about these bad non-Muslim characters, because everything takes place, by the way, in a brothel. So what I'm trying to say is that the more you're politicized, the weaker your message gets, or the weaker your literature gets. This is my personal opinion. I think we have a problem about the historiography of the armistice period overall. We can also see that during this conference. I'm a member of the organization committee of this conference. For instance, the Forestation movement or Mimi movement in Istanbul, we have not really heard about those, which gives us the impression that we have overcome this or we came to terms with this, but this is not the case. We still need to address this issue. If I'm not mistaken, Yakup Kadri Karaosmanoğlu wrote that book in 1928, and then we have Nutuk, the great Nutuk, whereby Mustafa Kemal Pasha he shares his understanding of the ideology. Actually, during those days, we had this Dolce Vita in Istanbul. In other words, there was this very big brothel, and Ottoman women would hang out with British officers. They would dance tangos. Meanwhile, dedicated Anatolians were preparing for the national struggle.
Microphone, please. So you might wonder why this is my reaction, and it's quite easy. There is a technical disruption with the microphone. We beg your pardon, but we cannot hear the speaker properly.
Karadeniz'den İnebolu'ya geçmişlerdir, oradan Ankara'ya gitmişlerdir. Yani Osmanlı ordusunun subayları olmasa o eratı yönetecek bir zabitan takımı olmazdı. Dakika bir gol bir. Doğru. İki. Bir sürü
Now, in memoirs of many high-ranking officers, we see that these groups of resistance in Machka and in other storage areas, there were a lot of thefts, and these were sent off to İnebolu. These confiscated and stolen weapons were sent off to İnebolu. So a part of Ankara's needs for weapons actually came from Istanbul. We apologize, but we cannot hear the speaker properly. The microphone needs to be changed.
Kendimi Ajda Pekkan. 3. Amit Hasancan diye bir adam var İstanbul.
This person called Amit Hasancan, and he's in charge of the Red Crescent in Istanbul. American. Again, we apologize. The microphone is not working properly. We will stop interpreting for the time being.
Tamam. Yani Amerika diplomatı Ankara'nın fikirlerini almak için mi görüşüyor? Bir ara bunun yazışmaları, daha doğrusu yazdığı Ankara'ya mektupların şeyleri müsvedde düştü sahaflara, bir kısmını okudu. Orada ilginç bir şey var. Mustafa Kemal Paşa direkt.
Ayhancığım eski arkadaşız diye sana torpil yapacak değilim.
Ayhan, please be brief. I'm not going to ask a question. If not, then come and join us on the stage. And also the lady who took the floor before you, we should not upset her.
Yazdığı telgrafta şu var. Yollamış olduğunuz 6 ton çeltiyi sattım, parasını Osmanlı Bankası ile yolluyorum. Bir de para da gidiyor. Şimdi bu algı Nutuk'ta 27'de kuruluyor. 27'den sonra yazılan bütün mütareke ile ilgili romanlar bu sistemi tekrarlıyor. Maalesef tarih yazımda böyle. 27 öncesine bakarsa
before 1927, perhaps we will have a better idea about the occupation in the novels and other literary works as well. Otherwise, it's like a template created first by Atatürk, and sorry for taking too much of your time. Thank you very much. My question is for Baki Tezcan. Ahmet Emin Yalman is a writer that I worked on, and at that time I saw a parallel, and I'd like to share this with you, and I'm wondering whether there are any other figures like him. Ahmet Emin, between 18 and 23, wrote 750 articles, and I looked at the concept of the other, and at the end of the 60s he wrote his memoirs, and there are two things that are in oblivion, I think. One is about the Armenians, and on the 16th of March 1920, Need for Politics 2 is the title of his article, and he says that giving a piece of land to the Armenians in the east would be reasonable, and he cites the example of Crete, and he says the Ottomans suffered a great deal to retain a strip of land in Crete, he says. And he talks about mandate, the whole issue of mandate, and how this is needed, and he uses an analogy as well. But these two issues in his memoirs are not present. So I'm thinking whether there is any such trend. That is my question to you. Baki Bey, were you able to follow the question? Yes, but I was not able to unmute myself. I think the host could do it, but now my mic is unmuted. So anyway, thank you for this question. Let me say this first of all, and also as I said previously, actually when it comes to the 19th, I'm not someone who focuses on the 19th and 20th centuries. I focus on the 16th and 17th centuries, but over the course of last 2 years I read certain things about Halide Edip, because the association that I chair had this internal issue that we were debating, so I had to read a lot about Halide Edip, and that's why I wanted to be a part of this. And the reason I said that is because, and maybe I overlooked what you did because of this, because I cannot see you at the minute, but if you could please send me an email at my work email address, I'd be very happy, because just like you said, Ahmet Emin, they were together within the Wilson Principles Society, and in their documents, Ahmet Emin also put his signature. So he, just like Halide Edip, he thought the same thing, and actually very openly they say, in the English version, they say that, here's what they said. Let me read it out to you. It's right here. I kept it on my desktop just in case.
The problem of the heterogeneous religions and races in Turkey. By doing this, America would bring peace and new life to a sorely vexed and distressed nation. Yani açıkçası.
So in quite openly, they say quite openly that Ottoman Empire couldn't do it well, and it ended up in despotism, so America should lead the way for the Ottoman Empire. And Ahmet Emin signed this document, and he, during the occupation, he also wrote articles about this, just like Halide Edip. But then things changed, and this idea of mandate became an accusation, a grave accusation, and Halide Edip stopped talking about this. It's as if other people founded the society, and they were just bystanders. And Ali Kemal, by the way, was involved in this society as well, and Halit Rıfkı as well was a member of the society as well. So Ali Kemal and Halide Edip got together within this society, but then, of course, there was a divergence right after the occupation of Istanbul, because Halide Edip moved to Ankara. So that question is an interesting one. The question asked by Taner Akçam, whether if things had changed, what would happen if the Allied, what might have happened had the Allied allies accepted the importance of the national pact and its territorial demands. And obviously, it's not possible to go back in time and say what might have happened, but nevertheless, it's good to have this debate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Before we move on to the questions, I'd like to add something. What Taner Akçam said, and actually yesterday Vahet Taşçıyan also emphasized the importance of this. Artin Boşgezenyan, people like Artin Boşgezenyan were forgotten, and this is the reason why, I think. And it's not all about punishing the murderers or putting them on trial. It was never going to be like that. Thanks to that, things would be restructured from scratch and wounds would be dressed. So yes, Artin Boşgezenyan and you know, people who were against Taşnak Sütyun, whose past was based on İttihat-ı Anasır tradition, and that's why they were elected as an MP from CUP, and that has to be recognized as well. So yes, please.
CUP member saved his own family is understandable, and we should not decontextualize his actions for a nice argument, which is the same thing with Halil Edip. Halil Edip, at the end of 1918, wrote to Cemal Pasha, it would be a stupidity to leave behind the Armenian children we Turkified, I Turkified basically Halil Edip, at Aintura, whose parents we have killed, it's in the document, and let them fall into the hand of the Allies. This was published in an article of mine here with the Mardin proceedings. So I see Halil Edip in no way changing her argument at all. I think the acid test of her policies is not her writing about solutions for the Ottoman Empire, but what to do with Armenian children. And there she never ever changed her stand. Armenian children were Turkish children they had taken, and she was doing everything she could to prevent the return of these Armenian children. At the time she was talking about Wilson. So this is a comment, I apologize for that, Professor Tezcan. And it's very interesting, the material you put together. For me as a historian, I focus on the children and their fate. So how did she write in your material? How would you fit in this issue of the children, which I see as a contradiction?
Thank you. Thank you so much for the question. I did not touch upon the Aintura orphanage at all during this talk. I feel the experience of the orphanage could use just a bit of nuance than it has been getting, but I'm aware of the document that you referred to. I think I remember reading it somewhere else. Maybe he was referring to you. I'm very sorry. I think I remember reading in Selim Deringil's article a reference to a document in which she also made a similar thing about transfer of the children. But at the end, when actually she left Syria, as far as I understand, she entrusted all the children, Armenian children, to, I believe, American missionaries. So she didn't really follow up on that thought of taking the children to Anatolia. She stopped. And another thing, in her writings where she talks about the Aintura orphanage in her memoirs, of course, it's difficult. First of all, we should understand the memoirs, she's writing them some years later. So how much of it is she trying to clear herself? How much of it is sincere is very difficult to decide. But in the memoirs, she appears to have being very sort of uneasy about taking on the orphanage. That is what she says. She told a lot about taking that additional responsibility. In the contemporary writings, when people talk about her work in Syria, and there are a couple of articles in 1917 in the Turkish press while the war was going on about her work in Syria, the orphanage doesn't come up. What comes up is the main work she was doing, which is establishing girls' schools. The plan was to establish some women's teachers' schools that would educate the teachers who would then go and teach Syrian children. And in that context, she opened a school in Beirut, a school in Damascus, I understand, and various things. That is what is getting a lot of attention. The orphanage doesn't come up, but in one of her own writings, she does refer to the orphanage right after the war, and there she puts it as the children really needed help, and I just took it. I had to take it because she makes a visit first. Before she takes on the job, she actually has a visit. And so she has an experience of what is going on. And interestingly, if you compare her memoirs with the memoirs of a survivor who actually was in that orphanage and survived the years of the First World War and then grew up in Beirut, that memoir is available both in Turkish and in English. In that memoir, you do see that there comes a new director to make things a little better for the children soon after Halide Edip is appointed as an inspector. And if you look at Halide Edip's memoirs, you see that Halide Edip fires the director who was at the orphanage before she arrived as an inspector and hires a new person. And with the new person, apparently beatings, falaka, stops. So in a sense, she doesn't say the children were not Islamized. She actually accepts that that was happening. But in one conversation with an American missionary, she says, well, you know, they're children, they need food and support right now. And then later in another conversation, I think they'll know what their religion is later or something like that. She belittles the issue of the religion and focuses on sort of feeding the children. And it does use her connections with the finance minister to get more resources to the orphanage. And if you remember the situation in Syria at the time, there was a famine going on, partially because the army was there, but other things intervened. People were dying from hunger. So under those conditions, her appointment as an inspector and her use of her relationships with governmental officers to increase the resources given to the orphanage does increase the survival chances of the kids who live there. So to me, she might have sort of sat and asked herself, what is more important, the survival of the children or in what religion they are? And it looks like she made a calculation like that and took the job that way. And then you're right, she does write that we need to take these children back, but at the end she doesn't. The children are left to the American missionaries as she leaves the town. So it's a complicated question. I don't have a very clear answer. It is definitely something that is very uneasy for her and also difficult to explain. İpek Çalışlar, who wrote the biography of Halide Edip, is of the opinion that she was very critical of the policies. She did it unwillingly just for the help. Other scholars are not giving her as much credit. And I'm afraid I cannot exactly tell where we should stand, but her appointments, her acceptance of that appointment does increase the chances of survival for the children there indeed.
Teşekkürler. İsmim Ozan Ceyhan.
Thank you very much. Ozan Ceyhan is my name. Engin, I have a question for you. Thank you for your talk. And I studied the perception of Charles Darwin in the late Ottoman period between 11 and 14 when it comes to evolution and Darwin. I mean, people said we were weakened by the Balkan Wars, and we see a lot of reference of that, but not in literature, and that was surprising for me. And you said that the occupation, building of a new identity, I mean, it was a good opportunity to build a new identity, so it was more probable for that to be have been used in literature. So I'm thinking in the run-up to 22, there was this uninterrupted period of war and Balkan Wars, and what happened afterwards, or in comparison with what happened afterwards, the Balkan Wars faded in magnitude. So, I mean, why is the Balkan Wars not really featured in literature? Is my question. Just as an additional remark, in my you talked about theology in the previous talk, and teleology, not theology. Teleology. And I mean, what would you like to say about this? Please let us hear from you about your point of view about this, because the Balkan Wars has no revenge, right? No reprisal. So what you said is quite correct, because you know, in the memoirs, people always say we've been in war for the last 11, 12 years. So that was my addition. What would you like to say? One more thing, please. Is this an addition as well? '93 war, as far as its implications are concerned, is actually much more important, quote unquote. Do we see traces of that war in literature? No, there was no literature to speak of at that time. I mean, there was only Ahmet Mithat, and whether his works are literary works is another matter of debate. I mean, Balkan Wars and literature is actually what I focused on for my PhD thesis. And yes, Balkan Wars were not featured in literature, but there were utopias. I mean, there were utopias that were written about in 1913. There was this utopic trend. We're coming to the end. There's this point of no return. What are we to do? How are we going to exist? How are we going to keep on going? Is what people wrote about. And when you look at what people wrote about, there are certain emerging themes. Right before the war, for instance, there's this belittling the enemy, and I call this imperial blindness. I mean, the head of general staff quashed the rebellion in Yemen, and there's a lot of arrogance. And he tells the high-ranking military officers, in addition to your uniforms, get your ceremonial garb as well, because for celebrations that will be necessary. And then there's defeat, crushing defeat. It's a huge shock. And then there's this need for a savior. I mean, who is going to save us? That's the sentiment. Who is that hero that we desperately need? And also there's this issue of hatred, animosity, revenge, and so yes, there are all these trends. We need to seek revenge. There's hatred. All these sentiments are very much rampant. And the remembrance in '93 war, we experienced this as well, but we forgot. So the same thing is happening all over again. So we need to remember this. That's another theme that's quite prominent at the time. And also, one more thing that's quite interesting, a bit schizophrenic, this love and hate relationship for the enemy. The Bulgarians, we need to kill them. They caused our ruin, but they beat us. So we need to be like them if we want to beat them, right? Yes, or like this need for a national ideal. We need to have a national ideal, otherwise we will not be able to succeed. And there is no word for ideal in Turkey, and mefkure is coined as a new word, and so on and so forth. And then another dimension is, you know, that people think that it's literature that has to do this. So If there had been Twitter or Facebook at that time, maybe or maybe Twitch had been available, then there wouldn't have been need for literature, but literature was the only tool. And also this shift is very interesting. I think there's a reconciliation there. That channel is blocked. I mean, there's population exchange with the Bulgarians, and there's a even graver problem 1 year later. So here's my interpretation: the essence or the reaction is there, but the target is changed. I mean, it will be directed towards Armenians during the genocide, and then it will turn into xenophobia, and then the Balkan trauma will be. I mean, directed to other outlets. I think that is my interpretation. One final word, please, and then we will have to conclude the session. Thank you for your presentations, and maybe this is a bit off topic, but Nazım Hikmet has this poem on the independence war, and there he presents a point of view and not just talks about the heroes and the leaders, but also members of the public like Kartallı Kazım and when he talks about being on a ship and this character called Ilyas, I mean, all these wonderful stories, all these narratives, and I think that is a great point of view, a different point of view. And at that time, socialism and the Soviet revolution had taken place, and it had implications here as well on the Turkish intelligentsia, and we should not forget that. I just wanted to share this with you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes. Nazım Hikmet, in his poetry, talks about Ali Kemal, him being mob lynched in Izmit, and when you read it from start to finish, portraits, human portraits from my homeland, you don't understand whether he condemns this lynching or not. And what is more grave, there's a line in that poem, millet, nation has heard, and people are rebellious, they're coming. He says, so lynching it does not belong to masses. I mean, it's just one single person and a handful of people lynching one person, and just like the lynching of Hristovos in Izmit, Ali Kemal was lynched, and Nazım, I mean, yes, he may have been a communist or whatnot. I mean, he represented the point of view of intellectuals at the time. I mean, he thought too that these people were traitors. I mean, that's my interpretation. Yes, Orhan Şahi, Gökyay, I had a line, and you referenced that, and Nazım Hikmet has a line as well, a couple of lines that I'm sure you know about the Suez War. In 56, the Egyptians are told that, you know, if you do not shed your blood, it will not be a homeland, he said in his poem. So nationalism was actually very much present in his mindset. Yes, thank you so much, everyone. The session is adjourned.
Efendim,
welcome back to the seventh panel of our conference. This is the seventh panel, and we will be finishing with the eighth panel soon, and I can already see how tired you are. During this panel, we will be talking about a subject which is not widely covered. Only a few books touch upon these issues. This is also a consequence of the Russian Civil War. As the Red Army wins the war, then their adversaries would flee and come to Istanbul, among other places. But this starts to change social life in Istanbul. For instance, Istanbul people learned how to use beaches or how to hang out at certain cafes and bars, thanks to White Russians or Belarusians. They also opened up some cafes and restaurants, and later some of them actually left for Europe. We have two presentations. The first panelist is Timur Saito.
History and Political Sciences at Tel Aviv University in 2012. He received his master's degree in Middle Eastern and Ottoman History, State University of New York at Binghamton. He is currently a PhD candidate and teaching assistant at the Department of History, Binghamton University. His research interests include forced migration and refugee studies, modern Middle East, Ottoman and Russian imperial societies, global history, humanitarianism, and identity transformation. Timur Bey, you have 20 minutes and try to be precise with time, please. Thank you. You may start.
Thank you. Can you see my PowerPoint slides?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
But bring it to a slideshow, please. Excellent.
Thank you for this opportunity to present my work. Russian Civil War refugees in occupied Istanbul. The ongoing Russian-Ukrainian war of 2022 forced many people to flee from their homes and Ukraine and Russia, creating a catastrophic refugee situation that resembles another one that happened around 100 years ago. Then the Russian Civil War drove away millions of people of different ethnic, cultural, and social backgrounds from the collapsing Russian Empire. Approximately 200,000 of them arrived in Istanbul.
Could you slow down a bit, please? Translators are having a difficult time.
Okay. Today, Istanbul is one of the most important safe havens for refugees fleeing ongoing war. Despite the difference in 100 years, many refugee concerns are similar: uncertainty in the future, legal status, finite information resources, economic survival, and many others. 100 years ago, refugees from the former Russian Empire tried to survive and maintain their status as independent individuals in their new environment in occupied Istanbul. They discovered many ways to do this. This presentation is extensively based on primary accounts of Russian refugees. While many facts and observations mentioned in these accounts may be historically correct, first and foremost, they present the voices of people who perceive and process their surrounding dynamics and environment through the prism of their tragedy, background, and circumstances. Even these voices are not represented equally. In this presentation, we hear people who have the energy, resources, and abilities to deliver these voices to us. By the beginning of the 20th century, Istanbul was a capitalistic city. The arrival of the Allies intensified the atmosphere of pursuit of profit in the city. Nadezhda Tefi, a Russian immigrant satirist writer, noted that despite the political turmoil of the post-war period in the former Ottoman Empire, quotes, Constantinople was busy with finishing its trade deals, collecting commission charges, and playing on exchange stocks. All this must be done quickly because no one knew when or how this situation will end, end quotes. Western companies in the city opened organized profitable trade, exporting and importing many goods. The black market also was flourishing, and the general socio-economic difference between those who profited from the war and those who suffered from poverty increased during the armistice period. The capitalistic environment in Istanbul resonated with the experiences of certain entrepreneur-minded Russian exiles in the city and created a peculiar business excitement among the Russians. Multiple businesses were opened and closed. Every new refugee arriving in Istanbul with money became a source of financial excitement.
Excuse me. Please do not use the earphones. Unplug them, take them out, because it's creating a technical problem.
Oh, I'm not using the earphones.
Okay.
Sorry. Russian money had minimal value, though. A refugee who possessed Turkish liras was considered a rich man. A refugee who had European or American money usually was treated as the master of this strange world as its fleeing guests. The commercial initiative of the refugees should be understood in a broader sense. It included factories, shops, service companies, and retail, as well as original ways to find subsistence in the city. Russian entrepreneurs exploited every possible resource. They communicated with local citizens and the allies to obtain funding and used cheap labor force from the socially and economically divided Russian community of refugees. The ways of surviving in the city depended in a big measure on the social status of a refugee. The Russian refugee society was not a homogeneous group and consisted of different socio-economic categories. Besides nobility and bourgeoisie, many civilian refugees were peasants, townspeople who escaped the violent chaos of the civil war. The refugee soldiers and even many of the high command officers at this point were too represented by lower classes such as servicemen and peasants. The most pragmatic people of the richest category of Russian refugees visited Istanbul only to pay tolls, fees, and bribes, and to arrange the required documents for the continuation of their journey to Europe or America. Another very important category of rich refugees stayed in Istanbul because they hoped to return to their motherland and they hoped to be close to the Russian borders at that day. They waited until the moment when it became clear that their return was impossible. Meanwhile, they supported themselves by selling many of their treasures brought from Russia to city pawn shops, usually owned by the Greeks and Russians. Many of their belongings eventually reached private collections all over the world. On the other hand, some of the wealthy Russian refugees had enough money to leave the city and did not have any illusions about returning, but yet stayed in Istanbul. Those few people wanted to utilize the commercial opportunities created by the consumption demands of the Russian refugee community in the occupied city. The alcohol enterprises of Kramskoye, Romanenko, and Smirnov, the only businesses in the city that we can call factories, can be an example of this approach. Their facilities were located on Tarlabashi Street, surrounded by other Russian places. After most of the refugees left the city and these commercial opportunities had gone, one of the entrepreneurs, Smirnov, even found a way to return to Soviet Russia. Along with this category of wealthy Russians, many had neither money nor social connections and experience to overcome all the bureaucratic obstacles and traps of the Allied administration in the city. However, they were quite resourceful and diligent to start finding any opportunities to organize their businesses in Istanbul. For a resourceful Russian entrepreneur in Istanbul, the main concern was to find, quote-unquote, a capitalist, someone who would be willing to provide a starting capital for her or his business in the city. These resourceful Russians knew every existing address among Western organizations and philanthropists where they could apply for the financial support. Most likely, however, this would be a prosperous Greek imperial Galata. Some moneylenders offered short-term loans at more than 100% interest for 6 months. With the usual for the elite class Russians essentialist attitude, Lyubov Belozerskaya remembered, quote, "Although Greeks are greedy and keep their liras, we managed to, quote-unquote, settle one of them, and he gave money for our cabaret masks," end quote. The sponsor of Alexander Vertinsky restaurant Rose Noir was his Turkish acquaintance Nuruddin Bey. Russian refugee entrepreneurs in the city quite early opened their first stores in Istanbul: dairies, butcher and sausage shops, bakeries, and commission shops. Besides renowned restaurants, Russian restaurants, Pera district was full of houseware stores, ateliers, and workshops. Among the enterprises were also private detective bureau, an overseas travel company, a resort on Florida Beach, and many others. Finally, most Russian refugees were stuck in Istanbul due to a lack of money, dejected spirit, inadaptability to work, and total lack of employment experience. Among them were students, cadets, young officers, clerks, nobles, aristocrats, and many others. These people, many of whom experienced a considerable decline in status, constituted a labor force. Many worked for Russian enterprises such as restaurants, but also took every available job in the city. There were chauffeurs, janitors, gardeners, servants, loaded floor, coal, firewood, crushed stones, paved roads, and many others. Often they were forced to work 14 to 16 hours a day for modest 10 to 15 liras per month. There were a Russian Red Fair in Eminem Square, where Russian refugees traded goods in hopes of gaining a little bit more money than they would get from the commission shops. At the Galata stairs, refugees traded a variety of Russian currencies until the Ottoman government completely prohibited the import and circulation of any Russian banknotes and valuable papers in March 1919. Later, Russians traded Soviet rubles, which local authorities considered to be illegal propaganda literature. The Russian embassy and consulate yards served as another attractive point for a Russian rat fair. On the Galata Bridge, petty peddlers traded matches, pencils, envelopes, candies, bagels, and donuts. Since they looked tethered, passers-by considered them beggars rather than traders. The income of those refugees was about 20 to 30 piastres a day, and that was hardly sufficient not to starve to death. Simonovich writes in his diary that Russian men were engaged in fishing from the bridge. Russian refugees had to deal with the order of enforcement in the city. The Allies tried to eliminate vagrancy and begging from the streets. Thus, when the Russian refugees tried to make their living by performing on the streets, the police could accuse them of illegal begging, as well as was the case of blind man Alexei Sterolyatkin, who played harmonium on Pera Street. Often, the Allied patrols used their police batons against Russian refugees, suspecting them of communist gathering, trying to suppress hunger riots, or just for their own entertainment. Many Russian businesses were opened without proper registration because they tried to evade paying regular taxes and fees imposed by the Ottoman government to collect some income from its population. When Allied or Ottoman policemen came to close these illegal activities, Russian entrepreneurs paid bribes. If police visits became too frequent, Russians went bankrupt and closed their enterprises anyway. In the atmosphere of tough competition, many refugees engage in fraud, scam, and other dubious activities. Some made a profit by selling humanitarian aid, others organized fake joint stock companies. Local newspapers blamed Russians for their dentists practicing without proper licenses, counterfeiting Turkish money, importing cocaine inside Russians' high heels, and maintaining illegal brothels. Some residents went even further and argued that it is Russians who brought these immoral vices to the city. Scapegoating of refugees, unfortunately, is a common phenomenon in the host countries. Counterfeiting, drugs, and prostitution existed in such a big city as Istanbul long before Russians arrived. Lottery and cockroach races often appear in memoirs and scholarship regarding Russian enterprises in Istanbul. The Ottoman Organization of Assistance to Disabled Veterans, which possessed a monopoly on conducting lotteries in Istanbul, managed to prohibit illegally organized Russian lotteries after a massive and well-organized campaign. When it came to lawsuits, whatever the reason, Russians were subject to formal Allied protection due to the capitulation regime and could not be tried in Ottoman courts. This outraged the Ottoman law enforcement institutions because in many cases they were not able to prosecute crime where Russian subjects were involved. Even in cases of murder, the Allied police could forcibly release convicts based on their Russian subjecthood. More than that, until a certain period, the Russians had their own court and prison.
Timur Bey, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. So, however, this prison and this court was closed in 1921. Earning money through different types of entertainment was very popular among Russian refugees. Since the most Russian refugees did not speak Turkish, their entertainment enterprises were often based on visual amusements such as pantomime, decorations, signboards with images, and visual commercials. Singing and playing music by Russian refugees was a usual phenomenon in Istanbul. Symphonic orchestras played dance and jazz music at hotels, accompanied silent movies, and just on streets. Despite a variety commercial base, the restaurant business became a model and the dominant form of Russian enterprises. On the one hand, Russian restaurants were very competitive among other public eateries owing to their unique style and offered traditional Russian cuisine, hilarious entertainment, and female server services. On the other hand, they essentially were employment centers for many refugees. Many could be accepted as servers, doormen, local attendants, general laborers. Many tried to be hired at performance on the stage. Painters prepared menus, decorations, and posters, and poets wrote commercials. The place of Russian refugee women should be considered on the situation of emancipated women in Istanbul in that period. When Russians arrived, this facilitated more debates and excitement. Although in many cases it was a humiliating experience, Russian refugee women were able to utilize these excitements and debates as a tool for their survival. Usually many women worked as servers and child caretakers. But they had a big chance to be hired by restaurants because female servers attracted a lot of clients, and also the performance on the stage attracted many clients. Singing, dancing, and other performances involved women on the stage. Caricatures in the Ottoman newspapers reflected this, the addiction of Turkish men to Russian women's beauty, and this capture says, 897 groszy a meal. Oh, not bad. It's entire hour salary. The price should probably include other things though. Turkish collective memory and historiography remember those Russian women as хорошоlar, nostalgic remembrance of something good with elements of erotization and paternalistic fondness. Okay, conclusion. Russian refugee community in Istanbul consisted of different social groups, each of which found a variety of ways to earn money and survive in the city. Russian refugees proved to be able to read the socio-cultural map of the city and utilized it for their own benefit. Such social phenomena as women's emancipation, modern fashion and clothes, behavior, music, as well as commercialization of entertainment define the directions and shapes of refugees' enterprises. Ottoman and later Republican authorities played a significant role in the legal regulations of Russian businesses. The Ottoman authorities prohibited lotteries. The new Turkish Republican government, while attempting to conciliate between Muslim traditions and secular Western culture, introduced new taxes on alcohol and on dancing in public. Gradually, many Russian restaurants, gaming houses, lotto clubs, stores, and other enterprises were closed under the pressure of the new rules. New laws also prohibited foreigners, including Russians, to be engaged in a wide list of occupations usually essential for the Russian refugees. All this eventually changed the legal environment in the city, restricting Russian activity and ending the Russian entertainment industry in Istanbul. Some famous Russian restaurants were transferred to new Turkish owners. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our second speaker is Anush Ovanesyan. She's from Yerevan. She holds a master's degree in Turkology at Leningrad St. Petersburg State University and a PhD from the Institute of Oriental Studies at the same university. She is currently a researcher at the Department of Turkish Studies at the Institute of Oriental Studies of National Academy of Sciences of Armenia. Her research interests include the history of Ottoman Empire, regional policy of Turkey, and the problems of Armenian genocide. You have 20 minutes.
Thank you, İlk önce merhaba.
Hello, well, once again. First of all, I would like to thank the Hrant Dink Foundation for giving me this opportunity, the organization committee, everyone present here, and all the attendees for this wonderful, wonderful opportunity. Just like always, here we are dealing with some very important issues, and I'd like to once again thank the foundation for their invitation. And with your permission, now I am going to switch to English.
I will also speak about the White Russians, so-called White Russians, but in difference of the previous reporter, I will speak about the military component of this emigration. Maybe the first topic is actual also now, because we see a lot of Russians here. But there is no military presence. So my report will be about the military presence. So fate decreed that at the end of civil war, the largest number of immigrants from Russia ended up on Turkish shores. About 260,000 military and civilian people who did not share the ideas of the revolution ended up in Istanbul, which became a transit point for one part of the Russian emigration and a permanent home for another. Tens of thousands of Russians ended up in a country of a different culture, language, and religion, moreover, in a country that just recently suffered a crushing defeat in the World War. There was a Greek-Turkish war, and the liberation movement was gaining strength, as a result of which a new secular state replaced the almost 6th century feudal theocratic monarchy. Only in the context of this kind of historical facts can one try to more or less reliably recreate the dramatic history of the post-revolutionary Russian refugee in Turkey. Imagine Istanbul at that time, about 10,000 British and 8,000 French soldiers, 8,000 Indians as part of the Entente occupation forces, 2,000 Italians, even the Japanese. And then there is the almost 300,000 strong avalanche of Russian refugees. The command of the occupation troops of the Entente countries that won the First World War felt like absolute masters in Eastern Thrace. But the very fact of the militarized presence of the paramilitary contingent of the Russian white emigration nullified the entire regime of the British-French occupation. This objectively weakened the ability of the occupying authorities to organize support for the Istanbul government in its internal political confrontation with the Ankara government of the Kemalists. So, this exodus of white Russians, once forgotten, now is very actual in Russia, and it is a subject for many novels, very beautiful films, movies, and other works of art. Here I would like to present some of them. This is the whole topic is, let us say, the last ship for Constantinople, this panic exodus of Russians. So, and this is the picture of allies in Bosphorus. So, but difficulties became more and more. First of all, they were connected with the unwillingness of former allies in the Entente to have a well-trained, disciplined Russian army on the territory under their control. The French command stated that General Wrangel is very possible in every possible way with the formed a kind of government in Constantinople and claims to keep the troops taken out of the Crimea in the position of the army. At the same time, the noble French leadership reproached Wrangel in every possible way with the expenses of over 200 million francs, while the bill received from the Russian army was allegedly estimated at only 30 million francs. In fact, yesterday's allies left the Russians face to face with the problem of physical survival. The attitude could have been even more worse, and together, if it were not the General Wrangel, at the time of unloading on the Turkish coast some small arms, which objectively did not allow the French occupation authorities to deport them to Soviet Russia without armed, and therefore bloody resistance for both sides of the Russian resistance. Yes, and the very existence of the National Liberation Movement of Mustafa Kemal Pasha kept the French occupation authorities from open armed actions against the officers and soldiers of the former White Russian Army, since it seriously feared the possibility of them going over to the side of the Kemalists. From the moment the Russian white military emigrants arrived in Turkey, the Cold War between the Russian army and especially French occupation corps started. General Wrangel, from the first days, became extremely negative about the troops of the occupation corps, and according to the recollections of the officers who surrounded him, he only dreamed of how he would crack down on the allies. Thus, in 1921, the change in the attitude of the Russian White Guards evacuated from the Crimea to Turkey started, and its people was officially demonstrated. In less than a year, they managed to go from being perceived as an enemy in the very recent First World War to trust and cordially in their relations as representatives of great nation who shared with them the hardships of exile from their homeland. By summer of 1921, the desire of French government to disperse the Gallipoli troops was finally revealed, and thereby, as it then seemed to the French, to destroy not only the cadres of the Crimean army, but also the idea of the white armed struggle, Commander of the 1st Infantry Division of the Russian Army in Gallipoli, Lieutenant General Vitkovsky, in the article Failed Campaign, wrote, quotation, "As we can see, the command of the Russian white military emigrants seriously not only considered but also actively prepared to implement plans for achieve hostilities against part of the French occupation corps, both in the vicinity of Istanbul and throughout the European part of Turkey, which, if implemented, could lead to the entry of absolutely all Russian White Guards into the Turkish National Liberation Movement." And it was a very, very serious plot. And the army of Wrangel was training, artillery training, gymnastic training, to be informed, to keep them informed. So, at the same time, Moscow Bolsheviks and Kemalists, they were in contact, and Moscow asked Kemalists to spy, to make some intelligence activities among these white Russians. And Moscow continued its intelligence activities. But I want to show you one of the telegrams of the Russian ambassador Aralov, ambassador here in Turkey, in Ankara, and he is in that monument, in that statue in Taksim Square next to Atatürk. He wrote, "The Turkish population is silent, but in this silence one can feel the gnashing of teeth." And sometime later, in December 1922, another representative of Bolshevik Russia wrote to Russian consul in Istanbul, Mr. Golub, that they seem two main reasons to which made difficulties for them. First, the Sultan continued to sit on the throne, and he is also the Caliph, a symbol of familial life, and soldiers of the 30,000 strong coalition army of the European powers were seriously working around Istanbul. Their powerful navy with cannons aimed at the city was standing in the waters of Bosphorus, and from time to time aircraft of the invaders flew in the sky. So, anyway, Great Britain tried to get Ankara to recognize the main provisions of the Treaty of Sevres. Ankara categorically refused, and in turn demanded the immediate withdrawal of foreign troops from Anatolia. The retreat of the Greek army dramatically changed the situation, and accordingly, the poisonous of the positions of the Entente powers. France immediately signed a separate treaty with Ankara government and left the occupied territory. Even early, Italy withdrew its troops from Anatolia. As for Greeks, they did not want to leave Turkey, and England continued to secretly help them. So the recognition of Turkey as a sovereign state obliged the Entente countries to leave Istanbul and the forts of the Straits. On October 2, 1923, the occupying forces had to withdraw from Istanbul, and on October 6, the Anatolian army entered Istanbul. Here is the trainings. So, the Turks and Soviet Russia will be disturbed by the presence on the territory of Turkey of a large foreign army, which has retained the discipline and features of a regular army. Turkey, in solving the problem of Russian refugees, had to constantly maneuver between Soviet government and League of Nations. And in the autumn, for example, of 1922, the Grand National Assembly passes a resolution limiting the stay of Russian refugees on the country to 5 years. That is, Until 1927, they must make a vital choice, either to leave the country or take Turkish citizenship. Before leaving for Turkey, Potemkin, a representative of Russia, met with the ambassador of the Ankara government in Moscow, who assured him that the commission, special commission, would be assisted in solving its task in Istanbul. And the tasks were as follows. First, to help those who emigrated to Turkey together with the Wrangel army and Russian prisoners, obviously of the First World War, who wished to return to their homeland, leave Istanbul. According to Potemkin's information, which he received back in Moscow, there were about 10,000 of them in Istanbul. Second, to transfer the real estate of the Russian Empire located in Turkey, embassy building, etc., into the ownership of the Soviet state. And on September 29, Potemkin made a statement to the Turkish press about the purpose of the Soviet Commission visit. In particular, he said, "There will not be and cannot be any coercive actions in relation to Russian immigrants on our part, and we will remain here until we fulfill our mission." But we know that many who returned, they were exiled or executed. The Russians were now and then summoned to the police on questions, for example, about the plans of the British, which could not possibly be known to them. At the same time, the central Istanbul newspapers, Akşam, Cumhuriyet, Milliyet, began to publish articles accusing the refugees of having a bad influence on local customs, of being hostile to Turkey, to its government, to the new republican reforms, of ingratitude for their hospitality, and they also published ridiculous novels with sequels in which refugees start the restoration of the monarchy in Turkey. Newspapers consider it necessary to expedite the expulsion of white Russians from the country. I am finishing. In November 1927, at a reception at the Soviet embassy on the occasion of the decade of Soviet power, Tevfik Rüştü was again underlined by Moscow's desire to see Istanbul without white Russians. In the army, in the refugees, change of moral guidelines of the Russian military emigration occurred, from sympathy for the allies in the Entente to support of Mustafa Kemal Pasha, and it is very interesting evolution. So we understand that the young republic had to solve many difficult problems, including the problem of white Russians also. Rapprochement between Ankara and Moscow will have a direct impact on the problem of Russian refugees in Turkey. And the phased evacuation of the remnants of Russian white formations from military camps in Turkey to the Slavic Balkan countries began in August 1921 and dragged on until 1923 and somehow later. By 1924, the Russian emigration of Istanbul, having experienced a short period of prosperity, began to gradually disperse, taking away in their souls a sense of gratitude to all those who extended a helping hand to Russian immigrants who found themselves on the shores of the Bosphorus. In 1924, the Russian emigration is in Istanbul, having experienced the period of prosperity, they publish a book which, with the name Farewell Istanbul. The almanac, consisting of 3 parts in Russian, French, and English, was an attempt to express a sense of gratitude to all those who extended a helping hand to Russian immigrants who found themselves on the shores of the Bosphorus. It is not enough to say, I'm quoting, that Turkey was hospitable. It fraternally warmed those who lost their fatherland. how many life-giving forces Turkey gave us with its meek and heroic people who, for the first time, called us brothers, us Russians. The word Kardeş will remain in our memory forever. Accept Turkey, fraternal thanks, and fraternal far away from us. And me too, I want to thank you, Istanbul, for listening to me.
Teşekkürler Hanuş Hanım.
Thank you, Hanush. Now it is time to receive your questions about our panelists. We're talking about more than 250,000 Russian soldiers and civilians coming to Istanbul, and that is something that is worthy of further study. Ayşe, please.
And I actually saw something in the slides, which is what prompted my question, so it may be too detailed, but when these waves of, migrations began, I believe, mostly in 1919 and 1920, I didn't know the numbers. Actually, I learned from you it's 260,000, apparently. And some also went to Tunisia, Bizerte, but Istanbul received the highest number of Russians fleeing the Bolshevik Revolution. I also read at some point that some of them, Istanbul was like a hub for most of them. In fact, they moved away from Istanbul eventually. Red Cross played a part in that. Figures like Thomas Whittemore, the founder of the Byzantine Institute in the U.S., in fact, he was involved in, these, I guess, moves away from Istanbul, helped with replacing Russians. And I read, and which surprised me, that there was this effort to move them to Brazil. And I wonder why was that? There was an effort, and there's a small Russian population in Brazil, apparently, because they moved from Istanbul to there. And apparently it was a conscious effort, although it failed. It didn't really succeed as much as, have the planners, basically the Red Cross, I believe, may be a part of it. So I wonder why that was the case, why they moved from Istanbul to Brazil.
When we are speaking about so-called white refugees, white Russian refugee wave, we have to make difference between civil population, refugees, and militaries. For militaries, allies had a special plan, first of all, but as usual, immediately after the sever, yesterday we were discussing the London Conference of 1921. The contradictions between allies started, and the usage of these military emigrants, it became very problematic, but they stay in, it was a military presence in Istanbul proper, in Adalar, because it was a property of Russian Empire. They had some property over there. And in Gallipoli, and Cossacks were in Çatalca. So after this, and the Bolshevik Russian government, which was in a contact with the Kemalists, they wanted to use them like their spies and so on, somehow use and to have some intelligence about the plans of French and especially Britons. But when they saw that they cannot do this, they became to force Kemalist government to find a way to get rid of these refugees, especially military part of it. The second part of your question is about the civil population, Red Cross and so on. Okay, they make some efforts, and some of these Russian refugees were, for example, in Lemnos, in this islands. But you know, the period was, you have to waste money, waste forces, and so on. So not always all the plan, they could, I mean, fulfill all their plans, Red Cross and other humanitarian organizations. This is the one part of the answer. And the second is some of these refugees, they like Istanbul. For example, there are a lot of women who married, changed their families because then during the Republic it was necessary. And even, you know, when I was preparing my report, I found a lot of women who are Russians or had the Russian roots, but with Turkish Soyad families. So, and they wrote, now there are a lot of literature in Turkish, of Turkish authors, Turkan Olcay, Marina Semirci, and so on, and they are the heirs of that refugees who stayed here, who loved. And there are, you know, there are some also Kazakhs who, from this Çatalca, who changed their names, their families, and even became, adopted Islam, but they have Cossacks in their roots. It is also very interesting topic.
Başka soru?
Any other questions?
No. Okay. You're wrong. Evet, başka soru var mı?
Please.
Very technical question. It's my ignorance as well. But why do we call Beyaz Rus in Turkish Russian immigrants, refugees, white Russians?
White Russian?
Yeah. Please. Thank you.
Red and white.
Because, you know, the Bolshevik army, they called themselves red. And in opposite of them, they called them white. These Bolsheviks called them white because, first of all, they had white bands on their, on their heads, and after it all the army. This is one of the versions, because nobody exactly doesn't know why, but this is one of the versions. And if we have, Ayhan, have we a little bit time?
Yes.
Listen, I found very interesting piece from the memoirs of one of the officers of Wrangel's army, who wrote, I'm quoting, he wrote, "It can be argued without exaggeration that never again during emigration, even in hospitable Slavic countries, Russians did not feel like at home," wrote he, as in 1921 and 1922 in Constantinople, Istanbul. You know why? And he explained, "There were no owners in Constantinople at that time. Everyone was a guest, including the Turks themselves. The Allied command could be considered the hosts. but it was listed in this position only by the right of force and Caesar, and therefore morally also could not be recognized as a real owner. Among the Turks, the moral rights to the position of the owner were fiercely contested by the Greeks, and the Greeks were intensely, passionately rejected by the Turks, who hated them more than the allies. Thus the Russians, having arrived from the Crimea, felt at home. And what a mass of people it was. This is very
interesting indeed. Başka soru olmadığı.
Seeing as there are no further questions, we would like to adjourn this session.
I think maybe if there is no question, maybe to make the clarifications like a little bit about Bizerta, that French government was especially eager to get rid of Russians, and one of the pragmatic reasons is to financial limitations of all these organizations that supported Russian refugees. And French also wanted to use any opportunity to send Russians anyway, and they recruited Russian soldiers into the French Legion and sent them to Bizerta, but it was a very big problem for Russians. It was a big issue because there they found very bad treatment, and it's a big cruelty of French officers. And this ship returned eventually, and it was a very loud issue among the Russian community there. So they trust into the French enterprises like reduced significantly because of this. And regarding the White Russians, Biazruslar, it's purely my speculation, but I would also, in the case of Russian women, they call them Harashalar, so that basically maybe there is some connotation of whiteness of these people and some sort of civilizational differences. It's pure speculation, of course, but I think there was some connotations in the regard how to perceive these people coming from Russia.
Thank you, Timur Saitov. There is one question for you. Please ask the speaker, Timur Saitov, if he can define what his sources define Russian. Rus nasıl bir şey acaba?
Yeah, it's very good question. Thank you because usually when we speak about Russian refugees, why it be Azovstal in Istanbul, we think of Russians, but it's not. Of course, apparently maybe majority was Russians, but there was a lot of people of Ukrainian origins, and from all places in Russia, even not Slavic people. As yesterday was mentioned, there were Kalmyks there were Tatars and many others. So ethnically, they were represented very, it was diverse community. Especially active were Ukrainian refugees there. They didn't want to be associated with Russian refugees at that in Istanbul. They said that we need different refugee camps even for Ukrainians because we are not Russians. It was a huge issue even then, 100 years ago. They didn't want to be part of Russia. One of the elements of the revolution and civil war was for the independence of parts of Russia, specifically Ukraine, Finland, and Poland, etc. So when these people come together in Istanbul, they hated each other in many cases, and they didn't want to be under the jurisdiction of Kremlin. They said, we have our own Ottomans. We want to be totally independent unity in Istanbul, and they asked to be separated from Russians in many refugee camps. So yes, and besides the Ukrainians, there were Jews, Baltic people, and many others. And ethnically, because of this, many refugees coming from Russian Empire, when they were dispersed, they dispersed to different directions, depending on to what state they belong. There were new states like Poland and the three Baltic states that helped their own refugees, their ethnically, their nationalities, new nationalities. So they, it was easy for them to take these people and not Russians or some others. And Israeli settlement in Palestine, they also came to work hardly in Istanbul to find Jewish refugees from Russia to try to bring them to Palestine. So this was a very important issue, very diverse community. Thank you.
Evet, teşekkürler diyelim ve
Thank you very much. Let us invite Engin Bey, who is the chairperson of the next panel. Thank you so much for your attention. Just one more thing before we conclude this panel. Over the course of these 2 days, we have some unsung heroes sitting at the back, our interpreters, and we'd like to thank them and give them a big round of applause. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Evet efendim, bitiriyoruz.
Yes, we are going to complete this congress with the last panel on cinema and theater during the war and armistice.
First, our first panelist, Özde Çelik Temel Tomen, graduated from the History Department of Boğaziçi University in 2006. She received her master's degree in history at Central European University in 2009 and completed her PhD studies in history at University College London in 2018. Her research interests include wartime cinema, propaganda films, the use of educational films, and the regulation of Ottoman cinema. And our second panelist is Nesim Ovadia Israel. He had bachelor's and master's degrees in civil engineering at Istanbul Technical University. He had worked as a civil engineer for a long time. He has been conducting research in the field of history since 2008, and his research interests include the Armenian genocide in late Ottoman period and Ottoman and Turkish Armenian theater history. The title of Dr. Çelik Temel Tomen's talk will be Wartime Films and Cinema Going During the First World War.
Merhaba. Hello. I have prepared my speech in English. However, before I switch to English, I would like to welcome you all. I am extremely happy to be here. I would like to thank everyone who made a contribution to the organization of this event. I always follow the events and activities of the Hrant Dink Foundation, so it's extremely a great pleasure for me to be here with you face to face, and I would like to thank everyone who made a contribution.
Happy to be here under cinema and theater, right, to speeches. I've learned a great deal after this is the last panel, very informative, very valuable information. I'll start with my talk, but I'll give an example from the post-war years.
Recording in progress.
Yes. So, on September 1st, 1919, the American mission to Turkey and Armenia, also known as the Harvard Commission, began its journey departing from Istanbul, the capital. Their final destination was Yerevan. The trip ended on October 11th, and for 41 days, the film crew and the American mission, composed of army members, religious heads, and missionaries, actually, and some family members, visited a number of cities, starting from Istanbul, Adana, Niğde, Afyonkarahisar, and some other parts of the Eastern Ottoman Empire, including Harput, Elazığ, Sivas, Erzincan, Erzurum, Kars, and Yerevan was also their destination, and the trip in Trabzon. Lieutenant General James Harbord, back then, was assigned by President Woodrow Wilson for reporting on Ottoman and Armenian relations. At the end of this mission, General Harbord submitted the Harbord Report, in other words, conditions in nearest, report of the American military mission to Armenia. I'm not going to go into details of it because our topic is cinema. What is striking about this event is that its relation to wartime filmmaking. All this travel by the American mission was filmed by the US Army cameraman. As a cinematic heritage, this historical evidence source today stands as an example of cinematic memory, a very global event, First World War, and a memory from the post-war years. Along with this film, you see the enlargement on the left that I will show some parts in a bit. The Harbord Report included maps, statistics, photographs, and historical analysis in the form of narration. And of course, the film about the Ottoman Empire and Armenians. The film was one part of the completion of Pictorial History of World War. So it's not First World War yet, World War. It runs a little over 15 minutes. I cut some parts of it and edited for this presentation, and I obtained the film from U.S. National Archives at College Park. Let us watch one part of it. I should click one more time. Okay, so you see it here. We see Armenians and their priests, of course, welcoming Major General Harbert and the mission's visit. This is in Istanbul. Sorry, you can't see, but they are having a chit-chat here. This is just a tiny bit of it, I guess, because they must have had another meeting. You see, they're saluting each other, and the soldier just gave another report or a piece of information to the general. And we see now Ottoman cavalry. Here they are in Erzincan, and the date is September 23rd, 1919. The general was welcomed by the military governor of Russia. We are just seeing it, the principles of Wilson. Here we see the orphanage, Yetimhane in Erzincan. All of the kids are lined up. They're a mix of Muslims and Armenian kids. They're in their suitable clothing, of course. Here we see the Ottoman soldiers lined up for the film. It goes on, and at the end we'll see the Ottoman band. They're all the reception committee for the General Harbert and the American mission. I know the image is not very clear, but this is what we have. After this, it's ending. We will go to Yerevan. Let's see, I need to click again. Here we are in Yerevan. The date is September 29th, 1919. We'll see the Armenian flag, red, blue, and orange. You won't be able to see this. Here they come, the Armenian army members, and then we will see the soldiers, and then we will see the Armenian reception committee here by the mountains area. They are sitting up and waiting for someone. He'll be coming soon. We'll see the in a bit. So they're meeting on the road. This is the First Republic of Armenia. The period is post-war years. Here he comes. Prime Minister Alexander Hatisyan with his soft hat in black. So they are having a short conversation. At least from this film, this is what we get. And these are the members of the American and Armenian army. And then they're going back to the next stop. And in the following images, we'll see the Armenian soldier members, which is the reception committee. So I just started with the post-war years, and I will provide some other information. But now, I think after these images, which this film runs for 15 minutes, I edited it, made it short, but we could visually grasp how this film somehow crystallizes the role of cinema during the war and post-war years. As I mentioned, films were one of the sources that this report included. And still, the question remains. Why? As you can see, I claim that wartime films became one of the persuasion devices to affect the public opinion, soldiers' morale and motivation based on different genres, and entertain the army and civilians occasionally. Authorities screened wartime films in the form of newsreels, both at battlefield and home front. And in this presentation, as you can see from the outline, we'll explore briefly the wartime cinema scene in the Ottoman Empire. We'll focus on the role of propaganda in cinema and film's educational, informative, and entertaining function. A late actor in the early cinema market, the Ottomans had a special place due to its commercial value. In other words, its dependency to larger markets, especially to Western Europe and Northern American countries. But this was not only the case, because also for filmmaking, Ottoman Empire, the territories and the people of it offered an exotic gaze, so to speak, for the viewers all around the world. Especially the First World War and the armistice years saw a marginalized boom in terms of filmmaking and cinema going in several countries. Russia was one of them, Ottoman Empire and Germany as well. International trade of films, cinematic machinery, including projectors and other light and lamps, and direct foreign investment in the construction of cinemas, commercial cinemas, permanent cinemas, and filmmaking were the most dominant elements in the Ottoman market that needed attention. Especially wartime conditions initiated Ottoman filmmaking due to the collaborations with Germans and Austro-Hungarians, in other words, these Central Powers. War paved the way for the use of state-supported filmmaking by the Ottomans. For this purpose, the Minister of War, Harbiye Nazırı İsmail Enver Pasha, founded the Military Office of Cinema, Merkez Ordu Sinema Dairesi, around 1915. The center changed its name several times, but it is important, firstly, as the main hub for obtaining technical devices for filmmaking, secondly, as a center for training film crew, which was mainly composed of soldiers, and thirdly, in support of the Ministry of War, Harbiye Nezaret'in's war propaganda strategies. Here we see the center's members. Fuat Iskınay is sitting on one of the chairs, and next to him we have Cemil Filmer. So the member of the army, Fuat Iskınay, was the head of the center. Also an important name, Zygmunt Weinberg. He's the owner of Pate Cinema, which was founded in 1908, and he's one of the filmmakers of the empire, military. He trained the staff at the army center, and Cemil Filmer was the main cameraman, as I mentioned. You see here his photograph, a close-up, and one of the images we saw again in Ayhan Aktar's speech, so the destruction of the Russian monument in Aya Stefanos. Aya Stefanos'ta Rus abidesinin yıkılışı Yeşilköy'de. So during our coffee break, one of our colleagues mentioned, was this film really shot? He asked me. So sources show that the film was filmed on November 1914 by Fuat Bey, but of course he collaborated with the Austrian-Hungarians, their operators. And this early newsreel, which has not survived, aimed to chronicle the public destruction of this monument located in Yeşilköy. Why? Because it was the symbol of Russian victory over the Ottomans in the Russia-Ottoman War of 1877, it's 78. Yes, when it's in English, the numbers are always confusing. So why? The Committee of Union and Progress considered the monument as a threat to Ottoman sovereignty. It had a church, and there were some other parts that in the Ottoman archive sources indicate that there were photography images involved in reproduction of photography, and there were some complaints, but these are some excuses. I don't want to go into details, but because of the start of the war, this was a kind of an excuse to destruct the monument, and it initiated, for some mainstream cinema historians, the cinema in the Ottoman Empire, but we know the fact that there were other films. I'm not going to go into its details. Maybe during the questions and answers, if you have any questions, we will talk about it. But what is important here is the army took charge of making this film. Since I'm setting the scene, I shall add some information about the commercial cinemas, because during the war years and armistice period, cinema going increased significantly. As the number of films began to circulate in Istanbul increased, new exhibition establishments emerged, ranging from commercial, non-commercial, from permanent to temporary venues. Why? Before cinemas were established, the cinema was mobile, traveling cinema. And here we have the source from Ottoman archives with all names, Başbakanlık Osmanlı Arşivi. And in 1914, there were around 20 cinemas in Istanbul. Most of the sources come from Istanbul, unfortunately. We have other data about the Ottoman provinces, but here I focus on Istanbul. And as you can see, by 1921, it rose to 88, from 20 to 88. I haven't included 1914 here. And I always feel like to relate to the previous talks, but most of the cinemas were owned by international companies, even by Russians. So I mentioned the cinemas, but we need to keep in mind that by 1904, when the Ottomans entered the war, there was censorship. especially for communications, from mailing to theater and other activities, social activities. So the working hours of these commercial cinemas varied based on the current war conditions, especially during the occupation. In Europe, some borders were closed at this time and new film distribution trends emerged. So the pioneering French companies such as Gaumont, Pathé, which were distributing films to the Ottoman Empire, were going to replace by US Hollywood studios. So there's a change with the distribution, especially with the war, not only in the Ottoman Empire, but all around the world. So for the Ottoman case, we need to keep in mind that Austrian-Hungarian filmmakers and German companies were the winners, and Ottomans directly collaborated with them when learning how to make films. And after the end of the war, again, the cinema market gradually changed its dominant powers, especially during the early Republican years. But this is a very brief background just to set the scene. I'd like to move on to the specifics of this presentation, propaganda, education, and entertainment. Yes, here we go. Live by propaganda, die by propaganda. This is a quotation from one of the important sources I will refer. So the Ottoman Empire entered the First World War in November 1914 on the side of Central Powers, as we all know. And by doing so, the Ottomans at the end lost virtually all its European possessions, territories, and the Allied powers invaded the empire. And this period saw the rise of separatist movements, inter-religious and inter-ethnic tensions, and European great powers interventions. So, how many? Okay. The wartime years, as you can see, the Ministry of War initiated propaganda in filmmaking, and I'd like to ask, what strategies did they use to shape cinema? So, we have the term propaganda. It has multiple meanings, and according to Tate and Thornton, I quote, the great innovations of the First World War in the use of cinema, press, cartoons, and other media led to a more centralized monopoly on information and propaganda than ever before. For instance, the war journal Harp Mecmuası, as an illustrated monthly periodical, was one of these source of propaganda, and other new media forms such as press, telegraph, cinema, all increased gradually after the 1910s. And cinema was seen as a means of communication that was capable of influencing certain faiths, beliefs, and loyalties among targeted public. And we have some institutions in France, Britain, and of course, as I mentioned, the Ottoman Military Office of Cinema. All these state-owned offices produce weekly newsreels and screen them for free. The second part is about educational and informative role of cinema, that also I'm going to show a film shortly. So let me briefly describe what I understand from educational and informative films and their screenings. So firstly, all these screens take place at commercial cinemas before the main film was screened as to the general audience in the form of newsreels. Secondly, children at schools were provided a direct venue for film screenings. And thirdly, specialized films in terms of scientific films, medicinal films were screened at different periods of the time. But for the context of war, we did have informative and educational wartime films. What did the organizers aim by doing this? By the action to educate, they targeted a certain behavior by influencing someone according to established purposes, behavior, and knowledge. And I like to make a distinction, of course, between education and propaganda, and Richard Taylor explains this in a better way than me. So he says, education teaches people how to think, propaganda teaches what to think. So with this in mind, I would like to shortly show a film from iFilm Institute, and this is Red Cross, Hilal-i Ahmer, their tent. We see the health unit members. They are carrying a patient, as you can see. I think this is a direct reenactment, canlandırma, in the way that film crew employed several techniques to represent the function of Red Cross, and soldiers acted according to the script. Before the camera started, they were told what to do. We see the horsemen approach into the tent, and then we will be watching how they treat a wounded soldier. So we don't know if this footage is misinterpreted or distorted the reality, but here what we have, as a genre, it stands as an educational and informative film. And we know that not only Red Cross, but Military Office of Cinema, Navy Society, Donanma, Society of National Defense, and the Society of Disabled Veterans Film Factory made this type of films, not only educational and informative, but also fictions. They generated income for the war cause. Of course, most of the films also were screened for free, but attendance was regulated by donations. Okay, so the last part, which is the entertainment. Cinema is an entertainment. The Ottoman army also sought to use cinema for entertainment purposes. For instance, as you can see in the photograph, Major Hafız Hakkı, serving as the commander of the Third Army in 1915, requested that a cinematograph be brought to Erzurum in order to entertain the soldiers who had a low morale. And I will be sharing some scenes again from US National Archives. Here we see army members sat down, and now they're in different forms of clothing, but they're wrestling, they're playing football, and they will be dancing, singing all together, playing different instruments. You might have seen these type of films at different venues, from YouTube to other channels, not only from the Ottoman powers, but also Allied powers and Central powers have these type of films, which showcases the power of cinema during this period and how states used it. So here the cinematic medium worked at two different levels. Firstly, a way to capture the lived experience during the war. Secondly, any moment either reenacted or one part of the daily lives, provided civilians, soldiers, and statesmen a view to understand what was going on at the battlefield. So let me show you another film. As I mentioned, the civilians. Here we are in Istanbul. Of course, this is Unkupanı, but this is an interesting one. I've taken this from one of the French documentaries. Here you see the curtain, which is going to be the screen for the film screen. Here we see the one of the army members. As you can see, he's in uniforms. He's trying to operate the projector, and you see all these students gathered because there's going to be a film screen. This was from, again, during wartime, circa 1917. I just shortened it. So again, this also showcases how public film screenings took part in different parts of the city. I'll be finishing in a minute. So to conclude, films became the tool of propaganda, while cinema educated, entertained, and informed officials on the battlefield and civilians, statesmen at home front, starting from the First World War years. Not only the battlefield, but also the life at home front was difficult. That's why films entertained viewers. Students at schools, women at workplace could see the sceneries of exotic lands or sceneries of wartime. Or soldiers could get some morale from funny views during film screenings. Of course, the use of cinema for war purposes bloomed during the First World War, as I mentioned. However, the Second World War witnessed the heyday of film's usage, especially by the Nazi Germany. So I'll stop here. I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Özde Hanım, for your informative talk. Now we can move on to our second talk by Nesim Obadya Israel. And the title of his talk is The Rise of Armenian Theater Activities in Istanbul During the Armistice Years. The floor is yours.
Herkese hoş geldin diyeceğim ama artık gitme.
I would love to welcome everyone, but actually it is already time to leave and to end the conference. So maybe I shouldn't be saying this, but I would like to definitely offer my thanks to the Hrant Dink Foundation. This has been an excellent conference. I was also here yesterday following the sessions. And during our conversations, the organizers talk about some small problems. I haven't really observed any problem, but of course in the background they are the ones in the kitchen, so maybe there are problems, but this was an excellent, very successful conference, I have to say. And we have many guests, many young people, many scholars coming from different countries. It has been really very good to have a conversation with everyone, and we do very much look forward to seeing Hrant Dink Foundation organizing more conferences in the future. I will be talking about the rise of Armenian theater activities in Istanbul during the armistice years. So this is the title of my intervention. It may be rather a new way of defining it, a new topic, because it is not really widely covered. After the First World War, during the armistice period, Armenians had theater plays. They performed theater in Istanbul, and they indeed contributed to the development of theater as such in the city. In Ottoman society, European-style theater became a part of daily life through the Armenians in the 19th century. So indeed, for about 50 years, the theater performances in the Ottoman Empire were played by Armenians. However, after 1908, Turkish actors and actresses also started to perform. And once the modern Turkish National Theater was established, in other words, the Darül Bedai Imperial Theater Company, Armenian actors gradually were excluded from the theater stage. And of course, this continued very tragically along with the Republic. However, during the armistice period of 1919 and 1922, after the signing of Mudros Armistice, these 4 years also offered a very enabling environment for the Armenian actors. During those times, Istanbul has also become a center of attraction for the Armenian theater companies from the Caucasus. Around the same time, in the Caucasus, there was political uncertainties and very challenging situations, which resulted in many Armenian actors and actresses coming to Istanbul. And this is also tantamount to the culmination of Armenian theater in the city. Starting from 1858 to 1908, it was indeed the Armenian actors who performed the theater plays, who made their audience like theater as an art. And at that time, Turkish actors and actresses were pretty new. They were mostly made up of young volunteers. Under the 32 years autocratic rule of Sultan Abdülhamid, finally it was possible to freely perform on the stage, to freely express on the theater stage. Some of these Turkish volunteers would also join forces with Armenian actors, and some others would organize among themselves and to stage some plays. For Armenian actors, the most important character of constitutional period was it was now possible to perform plays in Armenian language. So young Armenian actors set up a society, a company called Azad Tadron, or Free Theater, in early days of the 1908. This young company put together a repertoire of plays only in Armenian language, and this was also, in a way, declaration of their adoption of socialism as an ideology. They were also playing certain themes that would remind Armenians of their Armenian national identity. Ashot Madatyan, Yenok Shahen Hovanesyan, and emerging Eliza Binemejian of the time were the founders of that company, as well as the leading names. Vahram Papazyan of Istanbul, who was working as an actor in Italy at the time, would also come to the capital every now and then to share his experiences with this theater company. And in 1910, this company was renamed as Armenian Drama Theater Society. So these companies defined themselves as Ottoman drama and Armenian drama companies. So in Ottoman drama theater, they worked together with Turkish actors, but on the other hand, in Armenian drama theater, they continued to stage plays in Armenian language. Armenian drama theater is also known as Vahram Papazyan Theater. In 1909, a very well-known actress, Siranush, came from Tbilisi to Istanbul, and they staged the play Norpem, or New Stage. Vahram Papazyan, along with Turkish theater managers such as Reşat Rıdvan and Burhanettin Tepsi, has become a very important figure for the development of theater in the country. So under the leadership of Vahram Papazyan, there were many rehearsals together with the Turkish theater companies. For instance, in September 1910, there was Othello play performed both by Papazyan's company together with the National Ottoman Theater. Despite there were some issues of working in harmony between the two companies, they still staged Othello, and this is quite important. Likewise, in 1912, they also played Hamlet bilingually in Turkish and in Armenian, where Muhsin Ertuğrul was the theater director on the Turkish side. In 1910, Armenian theater activities grew by establishment of Armenian Theater Society, and with the participation of Vahram Papazyan, Ashot Madatyan, Yenok Shahen, Kevork Sarkisyan, Eliza Binemejian, and Mgrdit Canan, as well as some young actors, this Armenian Theater Society grew. During the Balkan Wars, there were certain disruptions to the plays, yet Mgrdit Canan, Yetvart Çaprast, and Aljanet Tersekyan also joined the Armenian Drama Theater, and they continued their operation even in the absence of Vahram Papazyan. During 1915-1917, very difficult days for the Armenian community of the time, Mardir Osmanakyan, with a background in Ottoman drama, Harutyun Aleksanyan, Vahan Shahinyan, Arshak Benliyan were among the Armenian actors that performed in those years, in those difficult years. In 1918, after the end of the war, those Armenian citizens who could survive deportations and genocide were allowed to return to Istanbul. However, in the circumstances of the time, due to the lack of trust between Armenians of Istanbul and their fellow Turks and Muslims, they could not really collaborate concretely, and as a result, young Armenian actors and theater performers started to set up Istanbul Armenian Drama Theatre by preparing its charter. And this charter was published in December 1918, hence Bolsohay Dramatik İngerutyun, in other words, Istanbul Armenian Drama Society, was established. The society had many members, including young performers, Mgrdit Canan, Yetvar Çaprast, Yervant Toloyan. In a very short period of time, both the stage directors and actors and actresses came together in great excitement and started rehearsals. Meanwhile, Ashot Madatyan, who was in Aleppo at that time, also came to Istanbul and joined the society a few months later. Azat Tadron Free Theatre, which was established in 1908, continued performing activities until 1918. As the Ottoman Empire was defeated in the war, there was the unionist ideology of CUP members that excluded Armenian actors and actresses. And also, as a result of the Armenian genocide, those politicians who were responsible for the genocide were purged at that time, and also there were new cadres governing the country and in Istanbul, which also came along with the occupation of Istanbul by British and French military forces. This also resulted in a more free environment that enabled performing Armenian plays. So this occupation, which was a true occupation for many Turks and Muslims, also marked the beginning of a very bright time for Armenian theater itself. So Armenian theater managers, actors, actresses, they came together, they reorganized, and also with the support of wealthy Armenians, they came together under Istanbul Armenian Drama Theatre. In February 1919, with senior performer Mardiros Munakyan, had a performance which also marked the actors' jubilee. And later on, we know that Krikor Zohrab's story titled Postal was also staged in theater in Armenian language, and as we are all aware, Krikor Zohrab was an Ottoman deputy and lawyer who was rounded up by CUP during the genocide. Later on, Ashot Madatyan became the permanent stage director, and many people filled the theater halls to see Armenian plays. Benlian Operette Company, Felekyan Sisters Theatre, Vahan Shahinyan's Cilicia Armenian Drama Theatre, Grigor Hakopsyan Oriental Theatre were among the performances that were widely acclaimed and attended by Armenians in Istanbul, and they were all performed in Armenian language. In 1919 and ensuing years, due to the political turmoil in the Caucasus and because of the deprivation and pandemics that came along, it was a very difficult time for many people. After a short-lived independent republic of Armenia, Armenia came under the control of Soviet Union, and it became impossible for these actors and actresses in Caucasus to travel and to perform plays in their countries. In other words, armistice period offered lots of opportunities for people in Istanbul to develop culture and entertainment life. Well, at the same time, in Ankara, there was a very strong resistance against the occupation, and national defense movement was going on. And around this time, these Armenian intellectuals, performers, actors from the Caucasus started to visit Istanbul, and they could establish a political and cultural exchange. The very first visit was paid by Alexander Shirvanzadeh in September 1919, a prominent Armenian novelist, Charvoki, Namus, Arhavirki Orerum, Averagneri Vura are among the plays that Shirvanzadeh put on stage. Following his example, a very important stage director, Hovhannes Sevumyan, from Moscow Art Academy, visited Istanbul. Under Ashot Madatyan's stage direction, he assumed the management of the Armenian drama company. He also included Felekyan sisters, and he found some solutions to financial problems as well. However, after 3 months of working as the stage director, he got sick and he had to leave the theater, and he passed away in Istanbul. In March 1920, Vahram Papazyan, a very well-known name in Armenian drama theater, came to Istanbul from Armenia, and he prepared a very special repertoire of plays filling the stages, Armenian stages in Istanbul. Other important actors from Tbilisi, Hovhannes Apelyan, came to Istanbul in October 1920, Hovhannes Zarifyan in January 1921, and they also performed together with the Armenian Drama Theatre. Meanwhile, in January 1921, Ashur Shaghatuni collaborated in a project with Darül Bedai primadonna Eliza Binemedjian, and in harmony, they further improved Armenian theatre in Istanbul. And meanwhile, the Armenian Drama Theatre continued its performances under the leadership of Ashot Madatyan. In November 1921, one of the most prolific and prominent writers of Armenian literature, Hovhannes Tumanyan, visited Istanbul. He wanted to build relations with Armenian intellectuals in the city, and he also led the efforts to establish an Istanbul Armenian art center. Around this time, Vahram Papazyan, as he was starting the new theater term for 1922, they get the news that the army of Ankara entered Izmir on September 9, 1922. So he was just about to start the new theater season, Yet they learned about the army's advance in Izmir, and later on, 4 days later, there was the Smyrna fire, and then these preparations had to completely change, and this also marked the end of this very bright times for the Armenian theater in Istanbul. In conclusion, in the run-up to the Republic in 1921, Armenia Drama Theater had to come to an end. Many artists had to withdraw to themselves. Others had to start performing Turkish plays. They did not really have much alternative. So there was this transition from multicultural, multilingual theater to performing plays in one language. And in the Republican times, Armenian actors were also excluded from performing. After the Second World War, in an environment where there was a promotion of democracy and anti-fascism movement, Turkey also allowed performance of theater plays in Armenian. This helped the Armenian theater to continue with professional performances for some 10 years as well. Istanbul Armenian Drama Theater, which was established in 1950 under the leadership of Arshavir Al-Yanak, continued performing plays for 4 years, but later on had to close down. Various events and incidents that happened, including the 1955 pogroms and other policies for excluding and assimilating non-Muslims, this had repercussions on the Armenian theater as well. Over time, Armenian theater lost its heydays, and today amateur Armenian theater tries to continue performing mostly in Turkish language by abandoning Armenian plays. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Ayşe Hocam, buyurun.
Çok teşekkürler.
Thank you. I would like to thank both speakers. I have a question for Nesim Ovadia Israel about the movies. I was just thinking about it when Özde Çelik Temel Tomen was talking about the topic. I guess as you are mainly focused on the First World War, you talked about films that had the purpose of propaganda, but of course we have films for entertainment purposes. If I'm not mistaken, it's 1919. Ahmet Fehmi's Bin Nazım and Mürebbiye, The Instructor, the movies like that, or films like that. I was just thinking maybe we could mention those as well, but I think it's because you're focusing on the war that you didn't talk about those things. So I just wanted to mention this first. And for Mr. Nesim, as I am closely following up on these topics, I know the activities. After 1908, there is a revival, so to speak, of the theater world in Istanbul. In your book also, you talk about Ashot Madatyan, and you say that a similar revival also happened in the armistice days. I was thinking about the parallelity between the two, but there is also a difference. I think we have huge losses in between. Yanok Shahin was murdered in 1915, for instance. So, in the second revival period, there is also a bitterness. the bilingual theater no longer exists. However, in 1912, Muhsin Ertuğrul and Varan Papazyan were on the same stage performing in two languages, Turkish and Armenian, but we don't see that in the coming years. But Varan Papazyan also comes back, but he has barely been able to save his life. Yenok Şahin is murdered, Toloyan was among the arrested on the 21st of April. So, although he comes back, there is a difference. And how can we follow the traces or footsteps of that difference? I think no longer a bilingual theater exists. So what is the difference between the two revival periods actually? I think the second one was a more bitter one. Well, let me put it this way. Yes, it's true. After 1908, we had a revival, and there is a difference between that and the comeback, let's say, of the theater after 1918. Of course, we have the genocide that happened between 15 and 16 against the Armenians, and this created a sort of a coldness between the two communities, all the way leading up to enmity. And we were talking about the theater, but then there came the Darul Beda, which is something that hasn't been analyzed enough so far. In the field of theater, this is the Turkish nationalist counter movement, the harshest one. Before, we had unity, unison, and we had the culture of coexistence on the same stage, bilingual theater, and this Darul Bedai, which is the imperial theater, killed that spirit. So my topic today was on theater, so I won't go into the historic roots, but despite this, between 1919 and 22, the difference is that Darul Bedai started as an institution excluding the Armenians, but there was a requirement. They had to do something else for women, because they only excluded the actors but not the actresses, because Turkish and Muslim women were banned from performing on stage. Because of that, they had to make use of Armenian actresses. So this happened between 1914 until 23, when the Turkish women were allowed to go up on stage. This continued for about 9 years or so. So the difference between the Turkish and Armenian actors was actually the same during that time. Eliza Minebiciyan, as a popular figure, when you follow her, we see that Eliza was very close with the actors and artists, let's say, at Darul Bedai. Not only Eliza, but the other artists also were the same. We had some groups of opera companies, Turkish ones. The Turkish theater was established by Naşit Rıza in 1921. Armenian actresses or female artists were joining those initiatives at that time. So that polarization that we see in other walks of life and society is not valid for theater. For instance, I had a publication on Ashot Vadatyan, a book. In 1925, I wrote that Ashot Vadatyan was at Darul Bedai in 1925 because they needed actually a stage director. They had actors and actresses, but they didn't have a stage director. And Ashot Vadatyan was a very important stage director. So although he was Armenian, he was called to the Imperial Theater, and he serves as the stage director for 2 years. So there is still this sort of connection. The rupture was not fully there yet. And towards the end of the 1920s, with the liquidation of Armenian actresses, the rupture comes. But the field of culture and arts is different than politics. In the later periods, in the 1930s, for instance, initial years of 1930s, the relations between Turkey and Greece were established. Venizelos and Atatürk shook hands, they established peace, and after that, as a cultural attaché, Rashid Rıza is sent to Athens, to Greece from Ankara, and they were told to stage plays. And he gathers a group of artists, which included Armenian actors and actresses. So in the field of culture and arts, there wasn't a full rupture. So that's how we can explain the situation. But again, going back to your question, I call it the good years of Armenians. For instance, if they are able to stage plays in their own language, that's an important. So I call it the heydays, so to speak. Then the level of censorship or having a lot of audience. So, because if they have a high number of audience, they can stage more plays, right? So until 1922, these factors were there. Even during the genocide days, Armenian language was never banned. We have to actually pay attention to that. During the genocide, during the war, Armenian was never banned. But then there was auto-censorship, of course, during wartime. On the contrary, Armenian theaters were staging plays with nationalistic themes, focusing on heroes. That's one side of the coin. However, between 1908, by the way, we did not have Armenian plays during the reign of Abdülhamit, for instance. It was allowed after 1908, and until the initial years of 1920s, this was allowed. So, of course, there are differences, but I think we can call it the heyday. I'm talking about 1918 and 23 period, but as I said, there was a period of rupture as well. Thank you so much, Mr. Nesim. A very informative paper you presented. I have a question. In order to break the ice between the two communities or societies, or to solve the problems, how can we harness the power of theater? I was asking. Maybe through a foundation you can have a theater performance both in Armenian and Turkish language. Maybe you talked about it and I missed it. The first theater play in Armenian language, which one was it? Can we again stage theater plays in Armenian language so that this ice between the two communities will melt by harnessing the power of culture and arts? Well, you talk about the ice, the coldness, but it's about something else today. There is this ice caused by the events that happened in 1915 and before. Yes, I acknowledge the fact that the power of culture and arts is paramount, and I have emphasized this again and again in my speech. It did not end in 1923. Theater, a field of culture and arts, was also a field where relations continued. Yes, they did not recruit any Armenian actors at the Imperial Theater of Darül Bedai, but these bans were later on lifted somehow, and I mentioned that in my speech. But we need to understand it from a different point of view. In the pre-1915 period, the problems of becoming a nation witnessed by both societies and communities created some traumatic events, because what happened in 1915 is a result of what happened in the past. It was like an accumulation of problems in the period before that, and then everything exploded in 1915. That's how I'm trying to talk about the two fields. Of course, culture and arts would make a difference, and it is making a difference. Even today, there is no problem, but we have topics that are being discussed. We have traumas that both societies are still experiencing. They are waiting for the other party to take the first step, and that's not the case, so the problems persist. Yes, thank you. This is Ozan Cihan. I have a question for Özde. I was wondering, outside Istanbul, in the other provinces, in which other provinces they screened films. And there is this problem in the history of literature. If a book is being published somewhere, if you don't know the impact of it at that time, you don't know how important it was. Sometimes you attach over importance to it. Sometimes it's really not really understood. In terms of cinema, do you have any data in terms of how many people watched that film, for instance? And do you have any problems in terms of getting your hands on such data? And how do you overcome these problems, if so? Well, in the Ottoman provinces outside Istanbul, cinema was very active on a mobile basis. Saloniki is one province, of course, because it was a wealthy port city. Again, Izmir, Adana, Mersin, Konya, Giresun, and Trabzon were other cities where they had mobile film screenings. And with the opening of the commercial theaters, cinema theaters, a new era begins. I talked about the Ottoman filmmaking, but in the early years of the Republican era, we would also have other venues. But of course, as it's the case for everything, the heart of cinema was Istanbul in the Ottoman period. The films first arrived at Istanbul, and then they were distributed to other provinces. They had many copies, and then linking the topic to the First World War, most of the time, cinema owners had difficulty in terms of having access to films in the rural parts and other provinces of Ottoman Empire. Even in Europe, they had problems, but here, even during this period, we had actually MOC, the Military Office of Cinema, that was active and that played a role to screen the films. In terms of resources, as it's the case in every research, we also face some problems in terms of cinematography, especially in terms of culture of watching films and the audience trends. We have a low interest, actually, because the literacy rate was not very high. But again, we have some newspapers that can give us some idea about this. And during the World War, in memoirs of people especially, we can say that during the World War, people were able to watch films. For instance, during the Dardanelles campaign, people were watching the films in Konya and got emotional, and they were crying watching the war scenes. So we talked about the Ottoman Armenians, we talked about theater, and I did not talk about fiction because I had only 20 minutes. So I only talked about newsreels, but it's not only about Armenians, but the Greeks of the Ottoman period also were very leading figures. We have Madame Kalitiara, Rana Dilberyan, many cameramen, non-Muslim people. They, of course, were changing their places all the time, but they somehow transferred experience and knowledge to others. Maybe they were not visible, but the transfer of knowledge was there. So Ottomans of Muslim origin were not able to really find a place in the theater scene. So Eliza, she was able to perform, or other actors, Armenian actors. For instance, Mürebbiye, the instructor, was a fiction, and the entire crew symbolizes the Ottoman period. It's an artistic denomination, actually, and it's related to the war as well, because the reason why, well, there is literature showing that the film was censored. The screening of the film was stopped by the occupation forces during the war, but I didn't talk about it during my speech. If you want, we can talk about it later.
Both of panelists for very interesting papers, reports, and I would like to ask Özde, you know, it is very important that you told to emphasize the role of cinema as an instrument of propaganda. But I have to say that maybe Ittihadis, Young Turks, and Enver was a man who was looking forward and understood the whole role of informative information war, which is very actual today, because they used not only cinema as not only as propaganda but anti-propaganda, and there is a very interesting publication in Armenia recently, how they used the cooperation during the Armenian genocide with the German propagandist company Wolf, and publishing materials and shooting short movies, them as anti-propaganda. So I would like to ask you, have you ever heard about this company, Wolf Company, and have you ever seen something that was shooted by this company?
Thank you, Janusz. I haven't heard of Wolf, but there's a direct involvement with Germans in Istanbul, since they're allied for the war cause. German propaganda films and Austro-Hungarian films were screened in different war theaters and in commercial cinemas. But Ottomans were also cautious about their propaganda activities. So if there was, let's say, activity, like for instance, in Ottoman sources, we know that Austro-Hungarian army members wanted to screen some newsreels in Konya, Niğde, and Adana, and the company was called Goldsmith, and the permission was granted to this company to screen films because the war cause was important for both parties. But they, the Ottoman army, Harbiye Nezareti and Harciye Nezareti, sent some spies and other officials to the committee who was in charge of screening films and organizing conferences, and they later on stopped it. There was collaboration with Germans, especially I gave the name Bind und Flagman and other firms, but I will look forward to the company that you just named. Maybe they were active or not, but thank you.
Thank you so much. May I add something? Yes, it is very interesting when we are looking to this propaganda material during the Ottoman period of Turkey, because I somehow deal with this problem, and the feminist period. For example, during our last meeting here in Hrant Dink Vakfı, dedicated to Kayseri, I brought with me a small piece of shooting from this opening ceremony of Kayseri Textile Combinat, and when I found it, I was astonished that this is a Turkish material because it seems like Bolshevik propaganda piece, you know. So this was the influence, and when I saw these German pieces, it looked like this is not a Turkish material but German one. So this is somehow, you know, a very tricky thing, this cinema. And I also want to add something to the question about how can theater, excuse me, Nesim Bey, I'm speaking English because I want to be sure that everything, my Turkish is not so good, so I want to be sure that everything is in a place. Somebody asked you about how can theater do something in making closer to milletimiz, yani yakınlaşmak için. You know, very interesting thing. A brother of my father, he was a very, very famous poet, şair, Ermenistan'da. He died, and once when I was not a Turkologist yet, I found a photo, he with somebody, and he said this is a Turkish poet, Nazım Hikmet. They were very close to each other, very happy, and so on. And it was, for me, very unusual. So it was a Soviet time, it was a Soviet propaganda, that Turkey is NATO ally, and so on and so on, you know, all these things. And he said, and he told me, you know, poetry can bring people closer. And I have now in my collection this photo, my Abi and Nazım Hikmet with this inscription. So I want to hope that art, science, cinematography, and so on may do something, if not for the whole nation, but a piece of a nation. Because look, our conference is making ourselves closer, and then we can do something for our millet. So it is very important. Thank you.
Çok teşekkürler. Soruların çokluğu.
Thank you. The number of questions show that political history is actually boring, but theater, cinema, and arts is very entertaining. Yes, I would like to say that, yes, you can organize events and congresses, but there are always so many problems, especially when we're talking about an important symposium for 2 days, bilingual organization requires a lot of efforts, and for the last 2 days we are seeing this perfectly organized event with very rich content, very informative for all of us. So on behalf of all the participants, I would like to thank the organization committee, technical team, everyone at Hrant Dink Foundation, and to our interpreters as well. Thank you.